Ladies, gentlemen, and genetic anomalies, what's happening? Hope you guys are having a fantastic day. If not, I hope that today's stream makes your day at least a little bit better. We have all sorts of interesting things going on today. I'm your host, Donadubi, coming to you live from the East Coast of the United States of America. And today we're going to be talking about a variety of topics. First of all, there were some videos I wanted to react to in my last stream that I didn't get a chance to get to, so I'll be talking about those today. I'll be reacting to those. We've got the whole Donald Trump and Elon Musk odd couple thing that was going on, so I'll be reacting to that. Also, everyone in my Discord server is indignant that Donald Trump did not reduce the price of eggs with a snap of his fingers, so we'll be discussing that. Got to hold the old man accountable. What else? We've got Doge improving some things. I'll be talking about one aspect of the American government that they have improved. But of course, the thing that I think is most likely on everyone's mind right now is the whole situation between the United States of America and Ukraine, because as you guys know, I've done videos about this as well. Tensions between Ukraine and the United States are very, very tenuous at the moment. So I'll be discussing that situation as well, maybe even talking about what that might mean for the future and my thoughts on how Trump has navigated all of these waters. Let's see, do we have anything in the chat? We don't have anything in the chat right now. Let me just make sure that I have everything queued up appropriately so that we will be able to go ahead and get started. Let's see. All right. So the clips that we'll be talking about at the beginning, the things I'll be reacting to, they're kind of older, but I think that they're still going to be relevant and interesting, which is why I still want to go over them. Also, I don't like wasting show prep, right? I hate doing show prep and being like, oh, I'll talk about all these things on stream, and then not getting to those topics. So I am going to go ahead and dive into those as well. All right, there we go. Go ahead and cutting off the music because, you know, it's just a placeholder thing and we don't really need it right now. All right. So we've got this right here. This is from Stephen A. Smith. He's got a video called "Is Elon Musk running the Oval Office? Does it matter?" Of course, he's hinting at the, I would say, blue one on conspiracy theories that Elon Musk is the true president. Donald Trump cannot think for himself. He must be a puppet, either of Putin or Elon Musk. So Stephen A. Smith speaks about those conspiracy theories here in a very interesting button-down shirt.
Back to Stephen A. Smith Show. I want to get back to Washington and the telling image we saw from the White House earlier this week. Did y'all see that press conference that Elon Musk held in the Oval Office with his son on hand, no doubt, and with President Trump?
Oh yeah, that was fun. That was fun. Bring your kid to work day. It felt like bring your kid to work day inception, because you've got Trump bringing Elon and then Elon bringing his son.
Sitting at the Resolute desk. Many question Musk and his influence on the White House, especially after seeing this. In fact, 14 states sued Elon Musk and President Trump yesterday, arguing the authority the White House has granted the tech billionaire in his advisory Department of Government Efficiency is unconstitutional.
I think one thing to keep in mind, I don't know how many people know this, but during J.D. Vance's address in the Munich, what's it called? I have the clip queued up here because I'm going to react to it at some point. The Munich Security Conference, J.D. Vance hinted that Elon Musk is not even going to be in the Trump administration for an entire year. He said that he'll be around for a few months and you guys can handle him for that long. So it should be noted that Elon Musk is already got like one foot out the door, so to speak. This is just a temp job. This is just a summer job for him.
The suit, filed by Democratic attorneys general from states like Arizona, Michigan, and Rhode Island, takes aim at the scope and scale of Musk's power. They note that the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, as it's called, has led the Trump administration's efforts to dramatically reduce the size of the federal workforce, dismantle entire agencies, and access sensitive data. Meanwhile, thousands of federal probationary workers have been fired the last 2 days.
I think it's kind of funny. So many people have been upset about government employees being able to see your social security number, which, like, that's a type of panic that I could never understand. You know, it's one of those moments where I'm like, man, I feel bad for people who have anxiety, you know, because it must be difficult to, you know, to live through that. So that's why I'm viewing a lot of like the left wingers who are also freaking out about this. Was like, you're talking about information that you've specifically given to the government. If the information that you've given to the government is explicitly, or information that is tied to you, provided to you by the government, as is the case with a social security number, for example, is not supposed to be shared with people who are employees of the federal government, then what's the point of all that information, right? Are you going to be being mad that the government knows your social security number is just that's just different. Let's say that.
Probationary workers are easier to fire because they lack the bargaining rights of career employees to appeal their terminations. Which brings me back to the image of Musk standing next to Trump in the Oval Office. Check out what Lawrence O'Donnell of MSNBC had to say about Elon Musk standing over Trump.
Ooh, I care about Lawrence O'Donnell's position.
A quote, picture of presidential subservience, the likes of which we have never seen, the most powerless image of a president of the United States ever created by a camera. Former Vice President Mike Pence never had a day like that in the Oval Office with Donald Trump. Vice President J.D. Vance will never have a day like that in the Oval Office with Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is the boss of J.D. Vance. We have no idea how dependent Donald Trump is on Elon Musk. There will probably never be a way of knowing, end quote.
This is funny. This is like such an MSNBC take. You know, one way that I get my information, one way I get my news is I've got like this list of podcasts that I try to go through. One of the podcasts is Bill O'Reilly's. Another one is Tim Pool's. One is Unbiased by Jordan is My Lawyer. One of them is Al Mueller's Debriefing. But also, one of those podcasts is Rachel Maddow's video podcast. So it's not the full thing. I would die if I listened to full episodes of that thing. But it's a 30-minute or 20 to 30-minute long excerpt from Rachel Maddow's program. Usually it has either two segments, one very long monologue, or one monologue and then one interview. And it is really interesting to like listen to how her mind works as she's observing different things in the way the politics work. Now, some concerns that she has sort of exposed or presented, I think, are somewhat fair. So, for example, Doge, when they are firing people, they're somewhat aggressive. And in many cases, they end up firing people that then need to be rehired. That's a concern that I think is fair, to be like, hey, why don't you just double check the people you're firing actually should be firing before pressing that little red button to cut them off. Nah, that's a fair criticism. But many of the things that she is pointing out and saying, it's like you take what's going on and then you sort of add like the most nefarious ulterior motive to the scenario, and then you have an MSNBC take, right? So here, what we have from Lawrence O'Donnell is him looking at a visual of Elon Musk being visually higher or taller than Donald Trump and saying, oh, well, you know what that must mean? That means that Elon Musk is over Trump. Elon Musk has authority over Trump. And Trump is one of Elon Musk's stooges. Elon Musk is the Lord of the President of the United States, right? Like, it's a wild, bonkers take, but to understand where these takes are coming from, it's basically being like, hey, what is the worst possible what's the worst possible aim or goal or intention behind these sorts of actions? It comes off very conspiratorial because, frankly, it is. It's very, very like blue and on conspiracy theory pilled to be like, well, Elon Musk was have authority over Donald Trump because Elon Musk was standing and Donald Trump was sitting. Like, it's very, very wild. It's got the brains of rabbits. It's very, very ridiculous.
Musk, there will probably never be a way of knowing, end quote. Lawrence O'Donnell, you may have a point.
Okay, now, I do know that generally speaking, I don't agree with him on everything that he says, but Stephen A. Smith is a generally reasonable man. So, I'm interested to see what he has to say about Lawrence O'Donnell's take here. Because it can't possibly be that, because Elon Musk was standing over top of Donald Trump, then he has authority over Donald Trump. Like, no, I can't believe that that's the sort of take that Stephen A. Smith would have.
But respectfully, how many people really, really care? Because you see, when you're in the presidency of the United States of America, people normally assume the billionaires have your ear anyway. That they're telling you how they feel, what they want, what they need you to do.
That's a really good point as well. Because this is something that I've actually talked with people in real life before about, is that people assume that just because Donald Trump is publicly being like, oh, look, I'm a chum of Elon Musk. Like, people assume that means that all of a sudden we've fallen into an oligarchy. Now, I have great sympathy with you if this is something that you're genuinely upset about, because it is a fair complaint or concern to be like, well, you know, the way that a president might or might not be connected with a billionaire or with a big businessman, like a CEO of a big tech company, for example, is a bit concerning, right? You don't really want that person influencing the president of the United States too much. You, of course, do want there to be open channels of communication because, you know, when you have a company that big, it is very impactful on the economy of the United States, but you don't really want collusion, right? Or a tech CEO going up to the president of the United States and saying, hey, do these things because they're going to benefit me. Like, that's the type of stuff that you don't want to see. But the idea that what's going on right now is particularly unusual is a bit of a... I feel bad saying it's a naive take, but it does feel like a naive take because in observing politics over past years, this is something that's quite normal. It's quite normal for presidents to speak with big tech people. Now, it's unusual, I will say, to put one of those members of big tech, one of those CEOs, inside of the government itself, but it's not unusual for the government to have them operate as, you know, essentially a wing of your administration, right? We saw big tech get into the pocket of Democratic operatives, right? Especially with Joe Biden, right? Under Joe Biden, right? We had the government literally reaching out to X saying, hey, censor these things for me. And then X saying, okay, right? That was a bit odd, right? That was a bit sus, I would say. So the idea that like there hasn't been some sort of connection or even the government hasn't been involved with things that big tech have done and vice versa is a bit odd. It's a bit misguided. Now, I do think it's something to be like, this thing probably isn't the greatest. I never really was a big fan of Elon Musk being part of the federal government. I do hope that he leaves soon, like JD Vance has intimated might be the case. And I do think that Elon Musk is generally underqualified for the types of work that he is being tasked with as the leader of Doge. But at the same time, you know, having someone who doesn't have a lot of experience doesn't always lead to disastrous results. And I'm assuming that Elon Musk has checks and balances against himself laid out to him by the president or by how Doge is operated, right? We do know that Doge has a leader who is technically someone else who's not Elon Musk. So it's not like Elon Musk has the final say in everything that happens. And I would assume that if Elon Musk steps out of line, that Donald Trump would be the first person to set him straight. So, you know, I'm not extremely concerned, but I understand some people's concern if all their concern is that Elon Musk is in Doge, right? A big tech CEO is part of the American government. That is a bit odd. That's a bit unusual. And it does hint to some of that collusion that a lot of us don't like, right? Nobody likes to see corruption in our federal government. So if you're concerned about that, I completely understand. Now, of course, one could ask, would the government be functionally run differently if it was someone else and not Elon Musk being the head of that department? I'm not sure about that, right? I'm not 100% sure. I think that the firings would probably be done a lot better, but other than that, who's to say?
And as a result, you capitulate to their desires, their wants, what they deem to be necessary, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not that big of a deal from an image perspective. Donald Trump is close to 80 years of age. He felt like sitting down instead of standing up. And yes, Elon Musk was in the Oval Office. Wasn't dressed appropriately. Most billionaires choose to dress the way that they want to dress. Had his son talking. His son actually interrupted the president when the president was talking. I get all of that. It's not the greatest look in the world, but
that's how kids behave. I don't understand the hate of a kid acting like a kid. Like, I mean, to be fair, a lot of leftists hate children, so maybe that's where that's coming from, but
it's not affecting anybody. Remember what Dave Chappelle did?
It affects government employees. I have to give a point there where it's like, if you're one of these I guess unnecessary workers, right, in the federal government, or even like maybe you think that you're not unnecessary, and maybe you are necessary, they're going to ask you back or whatever, ask for you back. It does affect you, right? If you're a government employee, I completely understand being upset about Elon Musk trying to cut jobs and try to reduce government spending, right? Because that is against your own self-interest. That's just a plain fact.
Remember what Dave Chappelle did with his opening monologue years ago on Saturday Night Live? And he talked about how Donald Trump was going up against Hillary. And he said, if you don't like the amount of money I'm paying with my taxes, then change the tax code. But we know you won't, because my donors are the same as your donors. And then Dave Chappelle said, ladies and gentlemen, that is when a star was born. Never before, this is Dave Chappelle talking, not me. Never before have we seen a politician playing a game in that house walk out of the house and tell you, we are in that house doing everything you suspect we're doing in that house.
True.
And then
now, of course, the question is, are you happy about the increased transparency, right? Or are you mad that the game is being played in the first place? I think my issue with a lot of people complaining about Elon Musk is that they weren't complaining before, and they didn't give a hoot about the Twitter files. So a lot of it just comes off as hypocritical and sanctimonious and partisan, rather than coming from a genuine place of, I want to stop corruption in the American government.
Doing in that house, and then went the hell back in the house and started playing the game all over again. Why do I bring that up? Because one could easily argue that that's exactly the imagery that Trump was giving you. Just like I have a billionaire or two or three that I might capitulate to, lean on, etc., get their advice, their counsel, or do their bidding, is what all of these politicians have been doing all of these years. I just wasn't afraid to show it to you on camera. So Lawrence O'Donnell is not, in all likelihood, is not wrong. In all likelihood, is pointing out
the reasoning is kind of dumb, but yeah, I just don't think that Elon Musk has power over Donald Trump is the thing, and that's what Lawrence O'Donnell's whole point is that Trump is subservient to Elon Musk. I just don't see that.
And providing an accurate depiction of what we saw on camera. But in the end, what does it amount to? Not a damn thing. Because Trump is unlike anything we've ever seen in the world of politics.
True.
You can accuse him of things. You can indict him on things.
We've got Bray Leno in the chat, says, hey, LOL, it's been a year since I've been here. Dude, it's nice to see you here in the chat. My guy, how have you been? I hope you've been doing all right. It's nice to see some people who haven't been in like watching the channel pop back into the streams, because I've noticed a couple people. I think Melanie Lanaverde hopped into the chat one time a few weeks ago. That was kind of nice. So don't I do appreciate you guys popping back into the chat after years of inactivity. That is much appreciated. It's nice to see you guys. Berlino says you're doing good. Nice. I'm glad to hear that. Berlino says I've been off socials for a while. Okay, good. Fine. Based. You got to take care of yourself, right? It's rough out here in these streets, in these digital streets.
You can convict him on things. You can literally, legally get away with calling him a convicted felon. And he still went out and got more than 77 million votes for the presidency of the United States of America.
Almost 50% of the popular vote.
It's not going to work, Democrats. You're going to have to come up with a new plan. And it shouldn't be Stephen A. Smith for president. I got better things to do with my life. I love talking politics. But me running for office, shaking hands, kissing babies, campaigning, begging donors and folks for money and begging politicians to do my bidding.
The funny thing is, I've heard people like subsequently after this clip came out say, hey, Stephen A. Smith, you should be president of the United States. And he was like, man, you don't want that. You're not ready for that smoke. No, just sit back and be the leftist version of, or maybe not leftist because he's not a leftist, I don't think, but be the left-wing version of Joe Rogan that the left has been asking for. You know, the Democrats have been chanting for a messiah for years now, at least if not years. Ever since the Democrats lost the election, they've been chanting for a messiah. So maybe Stephen A. Smith should step up to the plate.
Can't see it. Won't never say anything's impossible, but I can't see it. I like my life. But if you're the Democratic Party, you need a new voice. You need new voices. You need to make some noise, and you need to do it in effective and efficient fashion instead of whistling into the winds like you've been doing. Lawrence O'Donnell, respect that man. Highly knowledgeable, knows what he's talking about. Wasn't wrong with what he just said. It's just futile. Not enough people care.
I like how it said feudal, like Feudal, and that's literally what I thought in my mind. I was like, hey, he's saying futile just like feudal, and then YouTube catches it as feudal. Interesting. What are the comments saying is, what I find funny is no one cared about who was running the country when we had a potato for president. If we recognize we the people are the authority and we're supposed to be peers, fear gets reduced to nothing. I mean, true. I think you're being a little bit dramatic in the second sentence, but I mean, yeah, fair. Oh yeah, one other person in the comment section says, it doesn't matter who's in charge when you see $55 million FEMA dollars going to house illegals in one Pakistan-owned New York hotel, or $100 billion in Social Security payments going to unknown for unknown reasons. That also is a good point, right? It's like, just stop the bad things that are happening. But I mean, a lot of people are focused on blame rather than actually fixing the problems at hand. Stephen A. Smith, I never heard you asking who was running the Oval Office these past 4 years. Certainly wasn't none that was elected. True, to an extent, although, I mean, Joe Biden leans on his aides. You sort of vote not just for the president, but the people that the president is going to have around him. So I don't entirely buy that, but I get where that person's coming from. This comment here says, so MSNBC is credible now. Very, very funny. Very funny. I mean, mean, one thing that's fair too is that I think a lot of people who have been following politics for years and years and years is that they're more likely to trust people who have been in the media for a while. And Lawrence O'Donnell fits that bill. He's so old. He's been around for so long. I literally thought that MSNBC got rid of his show too, because they keep on firing people, right? I thought that the only person left was Rachel Maddow, and they had kicked her out of weeknights and brought her back. So I was like, oh, she's like the only person left. But no. I guess they have Lawrence O'Donnell still. I don't know if Chris Hayes is still there. They keep on firing people because their ratings are terrible. Man, that was an interesting segment from Stephen A. Smith. He's got a good head on his shoulders. I don't agree with everything that he says or stands for politically, but that's a good guy to observe. If you're looking for like a left-wing political commentator, I would say that dude is not a dude to be approved. Not to say that you guys are looking to me for approval for a left-wing commentator, but I think he's a fun guy to listen to, and he's quite fair. Berlino says, I'm back after... I'm back. I just took a while not doing social media. Yeah, that's fine. I think that is underrated. More people should do that. Also, one thing I'm thinking about doing for these streams, I don't know if you guys, this is something you guys would be interested in, but I used to have the chat up here, like on the side. If that's something you guys would be interested in, I would be open to it. You know, having the chat over here. I don't know why. Oh, there we go. Having the chat over here so that while I stream, you guys can sort of see your messages there. Now, I'm thinking in the future, if I'm going to do a setup like this, I'm going to wait until the chat has enough chats to be all the way up at the top, because one thing I noticed in looking at some old some old VODs is that I would have the thing up there in the corner and you know, there'd be no chats and it'd just be empty. I feel like that's a bit of a waste. So depending on how many chat messages I get, I will then bloop it over to the side, and then you guys will see your own chats in the stream for your own satisfaction, I suppose. So that's just an idea, something I figured I would throw out there. When I saw the thumbnail for this video, I thought it was pretty funny because they sort of look like a strange couple. Let me see if I can find this. It's Trump, Musk give glimpse to how long they'll continue to work together. Yeah, working. That's what they're doing. I don't know. The visuals from this interview was just very much like, if a king marries like a queen or something, and they go on like a press tour and they have interviews or whatever, or like a celebrity couple goes and talks about how they just recently got engaged. That's sort of like the visuals I got from this interview, which I thought was quite humorous. But I also figured I might as well react to this video because I think it sort of may show the dynamics between Trump and Musk, and Trump may speak on exactly what type of role he wants Musk to have inside of his government and what the point of bringing him into the government is over any other person that he could have potentially brought into his cabinet.
So people ask me like, what's your biggest surprise in DC? And I'm like, the sheer scale.
It's massive. So you love the challenge.
Well, I mean, to the president's point,
spoken like a true South African man. Well, I feel like if you're not if you're not from America, you don't necessarily understand the scale that America has when it comes to like the internal affairs of the government. But yes, the American bureaucracy is huge. It's a little bit humorous that he didn't get a full grasp of that until he became a part of the government. But like I said, if you're not from America, then I sort of might get you a little bit of a pass there.
The only thing you can say, he'll never do anything.
I mean, you do something slightly better and you save billions of dollars for the American taxpayer. Just slightly better.
When you say
slightly
tech support,
you get 1% better, and it's like, tens of billions of dollars saved for the American taxpayer. Now, if I may address the point that the question you asked earlier, which is, how do we assure people
they want to know?
Yeah, how do we assure people that we're going to do the right thing, that their Social Security benefits will be there, that their medical care will be good, and in fact, how do we make it ensure that there's better medical care in the future? How do we improve their benefits? How do we make sure that their Social Security check goes further than it did in the past and not it doesn't get weakened by inflation?
Good question, because that's a place where Elon Musk has been making a lot of cuts.
So if we address
Doge, Elon Musk, whatever.
the massive deficit spending, the sort of the waste in the government, then we can actually address inflation. So provided the economy grows faster than the money supply, which means you stop the government overspending and the waste, and the output of real useful goods and services exceeds the increase in the money supply, you have no inflation. Yeah. And you also drop the interest payments that people pay, because if the government
way too high.
Yes, the reason the interest payments are so high is because the national debt keeps increasing. So the government is competing to sell debt with the private citizens. This drives up the interest rate. So if you cut back on the deficit, you actually have an amazing situation for people, because you get rid of inflation and you drop the interest rates. And that means people's mortgage payments go down, their credit card payments go down, their car payments go down, their student loans go down, everything, their life becomes more affordable, and their standard of living improves.
How quickly?
But Donald Trump doesn't care about the deficit is the thing, right? Donald Trump has talked a big game about cutting the deficit, but then in his first term, he didn't do that. He increased the deficit, actually. So maybe that's something that they argue with each other over behind the scenes. Or maybe Trump is saying, I want to spend more money, spend. That's what I like to do as a rich person. So Elon Musk, snip up the budget so that I'm not actually spending more than I usually do. Maybe that's the strategy here.
Because I think people are suffering now. We're still living under the Biden.
John, you have states right now. You have some states that operate that way. They operate as well as any corporation. They really operate well.
Oh, nice. Jack just joined the Discord server. I remember him being in the Discord server before. I forget why he left. Let's see. Bread Boys. Yeah. I'll go ahead and give him the lanyard. Let's see. Welcome, Jack. Don't forget to grab some rolls for yourself. There we go. Oops, I meant to say yourself instead of yourself.
Yeah.
They have surpluses. They
Texas has a surplus, for example.
When they look at New York and California and some of these places that should have an advantage, I mean, there's a big advantage. Or Pritzker does such a bad job in Illinois. It's horrible how bad he is. And they don't have that advantage. You know, New York is...
Chicago mentioned. I got like one or two people on my Discord server from Chicago. They're very passionate about Chicago politics until things start going badly, which is most of the time.
Stock exchange and a lot of things.
I remember them being hyped that Lori Lightfoot got booted out and was replaced by like Brandon Johnson or something. They were like, "Oh, Chicago's saved now. This guy's gonna fix all the problems." I haven't heard a thing from them since.
And they don't have that advantage. You know, New York has stock exchange and a lot of things, and California has the weather and the beautiful water and all the
great weather. The most expensive weather on earth.
Yeah, but
I like Florida.
Well, I mean, hey, you get what you pay for, so.
States operate the way he's talking about.
Efficiently.
When you go into some of these states, you're going to find very little. You're going to find almost nothing. They really operate well. Big surpluses.
Talking about waste, right?
Low taxes.
And my taxes went up the first time you were president because you took away the SALT deduction.
I did.
Which, by the way, I thought was the right decision.
It was the right decision. In fact, Reagan tried to do it because it rewards badly run states. But at the same time, it's tough for the states. I mean, it really is tough for the states. The sad part is it rewards really badly run states. Yeah. And Reagan tried to do it. He was unable to do it. I got it.
What's the SALT deduction? I've never heard of this before. The SALT deduction. The state and local tax deduction is a United States federal itemized deduction that allows taxpayers to deduct certain taxes paid to state and local governments from their adjusted gross income. Right. Oh, I see. So basically means that they can pay less in taxes if they can pay less in federal taxes if their state taxes are high enough. State and local taxes if are high enough. The SALT deduction is intended to avoid double taxation by allowing taxpayers to deduct state and local taxes from their federal income tax. Eligible taxes include state and local income taxes and property taxes. I see. So if you're running your state in a way where you've got like exorbitant taxes, the federal government would charge you less in federal taxes, which might mean that you are paying less overall in taxes, so you won't be that upset. But removing this means that if you have a state that has high taxes and you've got to pay your normal federal taxes, you might just leave. So maybe that's what they're hinting at and saying, well, if your state is poorly run, then removing the SALT deduction is going to hurt you.
Done.
We got it done, and
now we're going to give some back.
how quickly do you balance the budget, and when do we start paying down that
Well,
debt?
potentially very.
Ha! Yo! Dude, Sean Hannity actually thinks that Trump is gonna balance a budget. That's insane, bruh. I think didn't a bill recently pass the House for the budget, and it like ballooned the deficit, right? I remember Thomas Massey going out there saying, "No, I was on the fence about this bill." Then I went inside of the meeting, and I made up my mind. They convinced me. No, I'm not signing this thing. It's ridiculous.
Very quickly between what he's doing and with income coming in from tariffs and other things. I mean, I hope we can. I don't want to give a date because then these people are going to say, "Oh, well, he didn't make the date." But I think we can do it very quickly. We would have never done it if this didn't happen. Never. It would have never been. It would only get worse and worse, and ultimately it would have exploded. This country was headed down a very bad track, and the whole DEI thing, that was a trap. That was a sick trap.
Yeah,
And you know, we've destroyed that. That's gone. That's pretty much gone.
Based.
I agree. We're not funding it.
I really want to emphasize to people that this is a very important point. If we don't solve the deficit, there won't be money for medical care. There won't be money for Social Security. We either solve the deficit, or all we'll be doing is paying debt.
Nobody's
So it's got to be solved, or there's no medical care, there's no Social Security, there's no nothing. It's got to be solved. It's not optional. America will go bankrupt if this is not done. That's why I'm here.
the president.
But we've just been borrowing money this entire time. Right? What's changed now? I don't understand. I don't understand it. It's this massive pitch that's like, oh, we need to get rid of the national debt so that we can afford these things. Like the whole Social Security thing being bankrupt thing is absurd to me. Oh, we're going to run out of money to pay out for Social Security. Well, how did you fund Ukraine's war against Russia, huh? How did you fund the Iron Dome? I don't remember concerns about being able to afford those expenses being any part of the discussion when it comes to getting those things paid for. Huh. So what makes Social Security so different? Maybe it's if you're funding things that actually help American people, that's when you actually need to be able to afford it. But if it's for like a foreign asset or whatever, a foreign government, a foreign nation, a foreign conflict, then we can just throw the pocketbook around and just put everything on the national debt.
Europe takes advantage of this.
And I'd like to also just send a message to, because as the president said, there's a lot of rich people out.
What is that necklace that Elon Musk has? What is that?
Message to, because as the president said, there's a lot of rich people out there. They should be caring more about the country, because the reason they should be caring more about the country is if America falls, what do you think is going to happen to your business? What do you think? Do you think are we going to be okay if the ship of America sinks? Of course not.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what replaces it, right? If it's still capitalism, theoretically, the company could get back up on its feet. Also, if you've got a big business, then you probably have got factories all over the world. You could just relocate and whatever and keep on chugging away. So it does depend.
What I'm doing here, what the president's doing, is it's just long-term thinking. The ship of America must be strong. The ship of America cannot sink. If it sinks, we all sink with it.
This is what drives you.
Yes.
This is important. It says tech support, so you're not trying to be president, as the media suggests.
He's got a tech support shirt. That's funny.
Are really here because your heart and your passion is this. And the president described you as being, this is the biggest thing you've ever done. Now you're trying to bring sight.
There could be nothing bigger.
You're sending ships up to Mars, spaceships up in the sky all the time and saving
peanuts.
astronauts. That's pretty big.
That's peanuts compared to what we're talking about. Yeah.
You agree with that?
Well, it's essential that America be healthy, that America's economy be strong. Yeah. And if basically, like my concern is like if America is the central pillar holding up Western civilization, that pillar must be strong. If that pillar falls, the whole roof comes crashing down.
Including his
There's
ships.
no place to hide.
Including his ships
There's no place to run.
Nothing. There's nothing left.
Why, if this is your goal, your motivation, you're losing money in the process, you do all these nice things for people for free, you're trying to solve, blindness, you're going to rescue astronauts, you help the people in North Carolina, California. You're cutting money that was sent abroad that's not helping the American people, then why the
Actually,
rage?
I think it was not helping American people and hurting people overseas, to be clear.
Why this rage against you now? First they hated him, now they hate both of you.
Well, I think we're seeing an antibody reaction from those who are receiving the wasteful and fraudulent money.
They're being exposed.
Yes.
Nobody wants to be exposed with
I'll tell you a lesson I learned at PayPal. You know who complained the loudest, and the quickest and the loudest and with the most amount of righteous indignation? The fraudsters. That's who complained first, loudest, and they would generally have this immense overreaction. That's how we knew they were the fraudsters. Mm-hmm. That's how we knew. There's to tell.
What? Yeah, that was very obvious. We had a lot of people inside of the government operatives, and also rich people who were getting money from these various contracts who were like, oh no, this is so horrible that the government isn't spending millions of dollars on these foundations and these companies. This is the end of democracy. And then people were like, hey, bro, you're on the payroll. You think we didn't notice?
I've never met you before today.
Yeah.
And it's nice to meet you, by the way. Thank you for doing this. You guys are really friends. I could see you kicking up your shoes.
Well, he doesn't do this kind of thing. And the way I figured that you'd get to know him is if I did it with him. I said, come on, let's do it together. Yeah. He doesn't do this. I think he's smarter not doing it overall because, he's done very well without doing it. But
he does do interviews. I've reacted to some of his interviews here and there, but he doesn't do them very often. Yes, that's true. Usually it's like for special occasions, launching a massive new product, he'll go on CNBC or something like that.
But he doesn't feel it's really worthwhile. He wants the product to speak for itself or whatever he does speak for itself, but he views it as, does it matter? And I'm doing this with you today because I wanted to have people understand him. And I think it's very important. I disagree with him, but I think it's very important that they do understand him. He doesn't need this. He doesn't need it. Now, I happen to think it's made him very popular. I think he's more popular now because there are so many people. You're talking about the radical left. They have the lowest ratings. MSNBC is dying. CNN is dying. They're all dying. The New York Times is doing lousy. The Washington Post is doing horribly. They're all doing badly because people don't buy it anymore. But I think it was important that he do this one interview. You've been a very fair guy. I think you were the right guy to do it. If we could get some radical left guy, and he'd do just as well, frankly, because it's all about common sense.
Sean Hannity is... I would not call Sean Hannity a very fair guy. This is an opinion pundit who has a talk radio show which is aired on terrestrial radio, which... most political talk radio on terrestrial radio in the United States is right-wing. Saying that Sean Hannity is fair. No. It's fine to have this interview. I think that's perfectly fine. But Sean Hannity specifically is not a nonpartisan guy. He's not going to ask Donald Trump tough questions, for example, right? There are other folks on Fox News who are far better and far fairer, like Bret Baier, for example. He's done amazing interviews. I think he's even interviewed Donald Trump before and asked him tough questions. He is a fair man. But Sean Hannity, Doesn't mean that he's bad, but just know what you're getting, right? This is batting practice, right? Softballs, right? You're not going to get anything particularly hard hitting.
A left guy, and he'd do just as well, frankly, because it's all about common sense.
They would attack him as being unconstitutional.
Sean, to me, this was
fascist.
It was important for people to understand. He's doing a big job. He's doing a very thankless job. It's really a thankless job. But he's helping us to save our country. Our country was in serious trouble. And I had to get the best guy, somebody with credibility, because if he were just a regular, very good, solid businessman, he wouldn't have the credibility. He's got the best credibility for this. And people also know he's an honest guy. He's an honest guy. He's just a very, very smart guy who's done amazing things. And this will be the biggest thing he's ever done. Because, you know, his companies are all great, but if this country goes bad, I guess where he is a little selfish is this. He knows one thing and probably doesn't think. But if this country goes bad, his stuff is not going to be worth very much.
Yeah, I'm getting the impression that that is what Elon Musk's motivation is himself, based on some answers that he gave to some questions that he received prior. Yeah, because he was like, "Yo, if America sinks, then the company's not going to be able to do well." I think some might be able to survive, but I see where he's coming from.
Like I say, if the ship of America sinks, we're all going down with it. You know, this idea that people can escape to New Zealand or some other place is false. If the central pillar of Western civilization, that is America, falls, the whole roof comes crashing down, and there is no escape.
Do you anticipate you'll be here 4 years? My last question.
I'll be as helpful as long as I can be helpful.
Yeah.
That's a good question. I mean, I was thinking about that just now. And I wonder how long he's going to be doing it. You can't get somebody like this. He cares, and he's brilliant, and he's got energy. You need energy also, in addition to those other things. You know, I have a lot of guys that are very smart, but they have no energy. They want to sleep all day long. You need a lot of energy. Get a lot of energy.
Dude is just like calling out the cannabis users.
Very smart, but they have no energy. They want to sleep all day long. You need a lot of energy. He's got a lot of energy. He's doing a great job. If there's any conflict, he will stop it. But if he didn't, I'd stop it. I'd see if there's a conflict. I mean, we're talking about big stuff. But he's under a pretty big microscope. I mean, everybody's watching him. If there's a conflict, you're going to be reading about it within about 2 minutes after the conflict.
Exactly. There's the possibility of me getting away with something is 0%, 0.0.
Yeah.
I've scrutinized to a ridiculous degree. And the other thing is that what's better than saying trust me? It's just full transparency. So what we're doing with the Doge, just go to doge.gov. You can see every single action that's been taken. And I want to be clear. We are going to make some mistakes. We're not going to be perfect. Nobody bats 1,000. But we're going to fix the mistakes very quickly. That's what matters. Not that you don't make mistakes, but that you fix the mistakes very fast.
All right, they gave us so much extra time. So you can watch the full, unedited, start to finish, no interruptions at all version of this interview with President Trump and Elon Musk. Just go to foxnation.com. When we come back, reaction to the interview. We'll check in with Reince Priebus, Mike Huckabee. They will join us. Also, Kristi Noem might be using a polygraph to get to the bottom of who may be tipping off some of the gangs about pending ICE raids. Straight ahead.
That was a fun interview, I think. It was nice to hear more of Elon Musk's motivations for joining the government. And it was also nice to hear reiteration that, you know, Elon Musk is probably not going to be in the government for the entirety of Trump's term, which makes me happy. I always thought that Elon Musk was a very weird choice to begin with for something like this. It very much seemed like Donald Trump was literally just like addicted to X, thought that Elon Musk was tweeting some interesting and cool things, and so became a fan. And when he became president, was like, hey, all these people that I'm fans of, why don't you come on into the office and we'll have a big old party together. We saw something similar, I think, actually earlier, not too long ago, with Dan Bongino being asked to serve in some role in the government. It's like, this dude is like supposedly the replacement of Rush Limbaugh. Why does he need to be inside of the federal government? But I understand what Trump is trying to do, right? He's trying to hire people who are outside of the typical government apparatus. instead of just hiring swamp dwellers like he did last time around. I guess the problem with that is there are more qualified people who will do the things that Trump wants him to do that he could pick. For example, J.D. Vance. He picked J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is part of the system, right? He is he was a senator or governor or something, and you can make similar picks for the government. I wish that Elon Musk was sort of just only the CEO of X and Tesla and all those companies, and was focused on making those products better, right? Because we've got full self-driving right around the corner right here for Teslas. I'd like to see him put his focus on that, making sure that all that is as safe as possible, right? The Cybertruck sucks. Maybe Elon Musk could focus on that, making a Cybertruck 2.0 that's better and better designed. There are a whole bunch of things I would rather see Elon Musk do than be part of the federal government. But hey, things seem to be working out for right now. So I'm not going to complain too much about the results, and we'll get to some of those results later on. But yeah, all in all, good interview. I think it was relatively interesting. Like to hear what your guys' thoughts are on that, of course. But yeah, those are mine. All right. There was this quick little segment here. This is from Timcast IRL. This is called Democrats are protecting illegal immigrants because it helps them in elections. I'm not sure if that's the goal for all of them. I think for many of the voters, it's just like empathy, right? It feels like a nice thing to do to let the criminals just stay here and chill out and not have them face the ramifications of violating American law. And they think it's mean to, kick families out of the country because it makes them cry. Right? I think that the aims of Democrat voters aren't nearly as nefarious as a lot of right-wingers would like to make them out to be. I think it does us a disservice as well if we try to pretend that the motivations for folks on the left is always something bad, evil, or nefarious, right? Sometimes it's not. A lot of people on both sides of the aisle do have good aims and good goals. Some of them are actually trying to get the same thing that people on the right want. They just have disagreements on how to get across to that finish line. So I know I'm blabbering on and on and on a bit. Let's just go ahead and roll the clip to hear this little segment here.
The Democrats are now intervening to stop immigration enforcement, and it's fairly obvious why. Democrats they boost their electoral college vote count and their congressional seats by protecting illegal immigrants. That is the scandal we are currently looking at. Boy, if this is not a coup, I don't know what is.
Well, the other thing too is a
coup? I don't know. I mean, maybe you could say it is a subversion of the American election process. Would that be a coup? Maybe. But I think the word is so strongly loaded that it does seem a little bit of a stretch to call it a coup when you could probably use softer or more precise language.
The High Court in New York right now is weighing a case on whether or not some 800,000 non-citizens are allowed to vote in local elections. And the city council approved that. They approved that. They're in favor of it because they think that they're going to, get all of those votes for the Democrats, which they likely
that's crazy.
Will get.
I mean, in a place that they don't need to have more Democrats voting, and they're like, oh, well, we need to go ahead and make illegal immigrants.
But it's not just that, though, brother. If we're seeing everything with USAID, it's where you can funnel more money. That's what it really comes down to. And I think,
well, it's congressional seats.
Exactly.
Well,
And I think that
I see, right. So that also is a good point, is that like there are many special interest groups who get funded by things like housing migrants in New York City hotels. And so, of course, people who are getting kickbacks or are otherwise involved in the companies that are getting that funding, of course, they're going to want those programs to continue, right? It serves their interest.
It comes down to, I don't think they're coming after him just because he spoke out and he made a deal with Trump to say, like, go into the prisons. He knows where the bodies are buried. He knows how things have worked and he's been in the meetings with Hochul and be like, let's do this and do that and do this and do that. That's what I believe they're really afraid of, because Like you see a guy like Brandon Johnson in Chicago. He's like, oh, I'm doing the same thing. He's going full bore, and they're like, we're coming after him. There's a reason why Eric Adams wasn't named in the lawsuit by Pam Bondi. Usually, you don't name your informant.
Yeah.
Right. You name everybody else around him, and he's such a big head that can drop a lot of info.
This is an administrative civil war.
Oh yeah.
Eric Weinstein. That's his quote. I agree with his assessment. What we are looking at.
Wait, are those the gold Trump shoes in the background in the windowsill? Man.
With what the state Democrats in New York are doing to obstruct immigration enforcement, they're defying the Constitution and federal law for illicit gain. This is crazy. I mean, where does this go?
People are going to get arrested.
Well, and you know who was
People need to be arrested.
Yes, but
you know who was in that meeting with Kathy Hochul? She had Al Sharpton in there in that meeting. He was one of the key people that she had, and he's a lying, race-baiting grifter.
Why?
He has absolutely no business running anything in the city of New York at all.
Started a race riot.
He started a race riot.
He's part of
Race riot? I didn't hear about that, but he is not. He's not qualified, I think. I mean, maybe it depends on what you're doing, right? But he's just not the type of person that would look to put inside of the government. Like Al Sharpton, Dan Bongino, these types are not the type of people I'd be like, hey, you know what you should be doing? You should be working in the government. Being a pundit or being the type of person who riles people up is not the same as having the qualities necessary to lead a department of the government. I just think they're two very, very different things. You can influence minds and shape and change hearts or whatever, and whatever the flowery language is a lot of content creators and pundits like to use about their influence over the American people. You can do that. You can influence what other people do. I'm quite sure there are actually a lot of politicians who listen to Mark Levin and then follow his advice the following day. But that's still different than being someone who understands how the system in the government works, and just having job experience in that arena, rather than just being thrust into leadership positions willy-nilly. It's like, man, slow down. You got to face your probationary period and go get the boss coffee first.
It's the mouthpiece of these socialist, Marxist, communists for the last, since MLK was killed.
Yeah, and then Tawana Brawley, he has no business being involved in anything.
No, I mean,
so where does this go? We saw, I believe, was it Pam Bondi who announced the charges against New York? But this is tantamount to a lawsuit. I mean, it's effectively
It's
a lawsuit.
civil, isn't it? Isn't it a civil lawsuit?
Yeah, but she said charges, and then it's like, it's a lawsuit against the state or whatever. That, I appreciate the sentiment. I don't see how that moves the needle. No, I want to see obstruction, inducement charges. And with this move, the federal government is working with the mayor on law enforcement. That makes Democrats the bad guys.
Right.
yeah.
Okay, so let's just
Right. Law enforcement is good, by the way, in case you guys missed that memo. Of course, I know some laws can be bad. You probably don't want to enforce those, but honestly, if that's what your problem is, change the law. So change the immigration law if you think that the immigration law should not be enforced. But that's not what it's about, right? That's not what at least the people in the government pushing these policies on you are going to want you to desire, because what that means is that they have to pay their workers more. They hire fewer people then, and it reduces the incentive for them to even push illegal immigration in the first place, right? So if fewer people are able to work here, right, because fewer of them are being hired, because each of them are making more money, few of them are going to come here. Some of them might actually leave, right? Because it's like, unemployment rate is too low, it's too hard for me to find a job, I got to go somewhere else, right? And if people leave because they're unable to find work, then what happens? Then you have fewer voters. So I can see both angles, right? Where it's like, if I want more workers, then I got to lower the barrier of entry so that they could just get here, right? Rather than being like, we got to pay them this amount of money so that they're able to work here and live and survive and all this that type of stuff. Or from the more corporate side of things, where it's like, I want to be able to pay these people slave wages while they work under the table and grovel for scraps. Like, for both sides, I can see why they would be very, very much upset about changing immigration law. That's why they don't want you to do that. Well, they don't want you to ask for immigration law to actually be changed or reformed so that enforcing the law doesn't look like this.
The Department of Justice has gone to the mayor of New York and said, we want to catch some criminals. Will you help us? The Democrats responded by saying, we will remove that mayor so that he cannot do that.
So that he can't get people out of the city.
They are criminals trying to aid and abet other criminals and illicitly targeting a mayor who is working with the Department of Justice.
Well, and you saw what Tom Homan said about AOC, who came out trying to tell illegal immigrants how to hide from deportation. Pamphlets. She's not the only one either. There's a lot of electeds across the country who are doing this kind of stuff. And Ilhan Omar was speaking Somali to people directly to tell them. I think it's absolutely egregious that that's what these lawmakers are doing, because what Tom Homan is doing is enforcing the existing law. Right. He's not doing anything other than enforcing the existing law. And these are the same laws that Biden said weren't strong enough to actually close the border or keep people out or anything.
Just for quick context, I saw someone ask the question in the chat. Inducement, indeed. 8 U.S. Code 1324, bringing in and harboring certain aliens. In Section A, subsection 4, encourages or induces an alien to come, enter, or reside in the U.S., knowing or in reckless disregard of the fact that such coming to, entry, or residence is or will be in violation of the law or engaged in conspiracy to commit any of the preceding acts. We get it. So that's encouragement and inducement. They are crime.
That's very, very obvious, flamboyant, and flagrant, violation of the law.
I'll break it down for you. Encouragement is likely what we are seeing from these Democrats when they're saying, if you're here illegally, here's what you can do to stay here illegally. They are encouraging people to do so. Inducement would be more so, if you stay here, we will do something for you. So to offer something so that they will come and stay. Yeah. Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show live.
Interesting. I don't know if I want to say that. I don't know if I want to say that it's the only reason why Democrats want illegal immigration is to help them in their elections, but it's certainly a possible explanation, and I think it is an explanation that makes sense, which is probably why they ran away with this one. Let's see. All right, man. These people in my Discord server, they need to stop complaining to me about the eggs. It's like, oh, Donald Trump didn't fix the egg shortage. Oh no. Like, bro, man, I wasn't coming at Joe Biden's neck like this when he didn't cure cancer. Slow down. I mean, yes, I did make fun of him. I mean, because that was kind of funny. But, there are certain promises that you make and you can't keep. Now, you might be exaggerating, right? Joe Biden changed his promise from curing cancer to ending cancer as we know it, which he didn't do, but he did fund cancer research, which is cool, I guess. And Donald Trump, similarly, I think is going to be enacting policies that make the egg prices be lower and the egg shortage go away. But things like that will take time, and also some of them might be related to a bird flu that's going around. So Jason Chun actually released an article from CNET today breaking down everything that's been going on. The headline is egg prices are still sky high, and Economist explains when that could change. An ongoing bird flu outbreak is one reason for the high cost of eggs. We'll share an expert's analysis plus show you how to track the cheapest eggs each week. So yeah, they go through different interesting points. One says if you bought eggs in the last few months, you probably saw some eye-watering prices. The national average for a dozen eggs rose from $4.15 in December to $4.95 in the end of January. I think it's also fair to point out that Donald Trump was probably president for like 10 days during the span, right? I think January 20th or so is when the president of the United States is sworn in. So he wasn't even president for very long while this was rising. So interesting that nobody in my Discord server was blaming Joe Biden for egg prices rising 80 cents in a single month. But yeah, let's just not focus on that. The situation has gotten so dire that Waffle House and Denny's have begun adding a surcharge for every egg they sell. why are egg prices so high? A major bird flu outbreak has led to millions of hens being culled, causing a severe egg shortage. As a result, prices have surged, more than doubling in some areas over the past 6 months. Now, I've heard some people say that this bird flu outbreak and the hen shortage is not the cause of the issue, right? Like, you'll generally hear that claim, but in the past, this is actually something that has affected the egg prices, right? It says what happened in 2015 when bird flu made egg prices spike, right? 10 years ago. Mr. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. It says it's not the first time bird flu has caused egg prices to rise dramatically. Back in late 2014 to June 2015, an earlier bird flu pandemic in the U.S. caused the price of eggs to nearly double. This year, according to USDA, more than 50 million chickens were killed by the bird flu or euthanized during those 7 months, causing the price of a dozen grade A large eggs in the New York market to spike from $1.29 in April 2015 to $2.61 in August. That price didn't revert back and down to its former average until early 2016. Let's see, the USDA called the 2014 to 2015 bird flu epidemic, quote, the largest poultry health disaster in U.S. history, end quote. But the current bird flu epidemic that started in 2022 is even larger. More than 13 million chickens have been affected in the past 30 days alone. So we might be seeing a hen shortage that's even worse than what we saw 10 years ago. Now, to be fair, first of all, I want to say this bird flu started before Donald Trump became president, right? And second of all, I don't know if Donald Trump himself will be able to fix a bird flu epidemic. Maybe there's some things that he can do, certainly, but this is generally just something that I think the Department of Agriculture, local state governments, and the farmers themselves deal with. And they've dealt with these things over the decades and centuries. So I am not doubting that they are probably making what was most likely the best decision possible in the face of such a scenario. Now, it says here, however, one pressure group, only one? Wow, being pretty transparent here. However, one pressure group believes that the lack of hens doesn't account for the low supply and high cost of eggs. Farm Action, in an open letter to the Federal Trade Commission and Department of Justice, alleges that bird flu has had only a, quote, minimal, end quote, effect on the price of eggs. While avian flu has been cited as the primary driver for skyrocketing egg prices, actual impact on production has been minimal. Instead, dominant egg producers, particularly cow-main foods, have leveraged the crisis to raise prices, amass record profits, and consolidate market power. The slow recovery in flock size, despite historically high prices, further suggests coordinated efforts to restrict supply and sustain inflated prices. That would honestly surprise me. We're at a point now where some suppliers are not even able to sell that many chickens, so that many eggs, and they're having to cut down on the amount of hens that they have. I just don't know if they think that is a long-term strategy, because you know what's going to happen eventually. If hens and eggs are just like so expensive that you're unable to just keep on making eggs at the same rate as before, and these shortages are indefinite to the point where eggs are just too expensive for the common man to purchase, then what's going to happen? Well, we're not just going to keep buying eggs, right? And even if we did, they'd run out of eggs. We'll switch to other products. And then eventually people will just forget about eggs. So I don't think that just driving America into an indefinite egg shortage is something that these producers are really trying to do. Now, CNET also points out that you can go to two websites. One's called Eggpensive, and the other is called Crazy Coupon Lady if you want to look for cheaper egg prices. But they also have a little section here that says, when can egg prices start coming down? There are too many unknown factors for experts to accurately predict when egg prices will drop. Severe winter weather has been one cause of the recent price spike, but it seems to be bird flu that's causing the overall price increase. The most recent USDA egg market overview report, in the form of a PDF published in February of 28, shows that the average price for a dozen eggs in California was a whopping $9.53. Now, to be fair, I got to add a little caveat here. State economics can be very, very different than what you see across the country as a whole, right? So California, the average price of a dozen eggs was $9.53. But if you go over here, the national average is lying at, $4.95, right? If you're sticking to the end of January there. So very, very different. I would not be so alarmist about the price of eggs in California unless you live in California, right? Because California costs, you got California wages, all that stuff. It affects things, right? It affects things. I don't even know why they're pointing out California. There was no need to. There are other states in America. I think they just did that for dramatic effect. $9.53 for eggs? Wow! I think that's the reaction that they want out of you when you read that sentence. When really, if you just go all the way up at the top, right? The average is $4.95, not $9.53. So, even so, there are reasons to believe that prices will return to normal later this year. Anderson thinks it will depend on the bird flu's trajectory as well as replacing the hens that have been culled. If the bird flu outbreak does not become significantly worse, I expect that eggs prices will take a downward path, says Anderson. Over time, destroyed hen populations will be replaced, new egg sources will appear in response to the high prices, and consumers with low to moderate preferences for egg products will adapt to substitutes, especially in the places with the highest egg prices. These increases in supply and demand will usher the prices lower. I generally agree with that as well. The USDA has projected egg prices will start to return to normal by April, according to its monthly World Agricultural Supply and Demand Estimates report in the form of PDF. The price will drop back down to $2.50 per dozen in the second quarter of 2025 and down to $2.10 in the third quarter. Egg prices are likely to remain expensive throughout the winter, and prices could still increase if bird flu cases continue to spread. That is quite the decrease, right? If the average price is almost $5, going down to $2 is almost 50% savings. I think it's rather dramatic, and for things to wrap up that quickly, right? For us to get down to prices that low so quickly, that would shock me. That would shock me, right? We're talking about the end of a fiscal quarter, which is only a quarter of a year. And I think that the fiscal quarter of Q2 just started. So we're talking just like 3-4 months to get down from $5 to $2? I'm a little bit dubious of that being a possibility. But you never know what might happen. It's technically possible that the egg prices could go down that quickly. All right, I need to go get a drink of water, nothing alcoholic. I might get a Spindrift or something actually. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on TDS. You guys are going to be able to chat it up for all of your heart's content. I'm going to put on auto duck, and I will join you guys shortly. I will be right back. Please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere unless you're watching this in VOD form, in which case, I don't know, this is your bathroom break, or you can just hit fast forward, whichever one is your preference. But I'll be back right after these non-existent commercial messages.
newbie dude. Said in the chat. Almost ready. I'll be right there in a second.
Okay, I'm back. I am back, and actually, I was informed by my telephone. Here, hold on. Let me stop the music here. I am back, and I was actually just informed by my mobile smart telephone that another Sleepy video has hit the towers. So, for those of you who don't know, I am a fan of Sleepy. He's a commentary YouTuber who he talks about content creators mostly. Sometimes he'll delve into like societal things like allegations and the dynamics between men and women, but generally he like sticks to talking about content creators. And he just posted, did I even see this one, the Hassan one content? Oh yeah, the content youth. I did watch that one, but this video just came out, and like I'm like, well, I'm live, so I might as well react to this on stream. So I'm going to react to this video here. This is Dr. Disrespect, Reddit is disgusting by Sleepy.
So a couple of days ago, I covered the Dr. Disrespect situation, and I have to say, the community response on Dr. Disrespect's Reddit has been fucking insane. I understand that any big community is going to have outliers that will support their goat no matter what, all right? I mean, just take a look at Destiny. Sex Pestiny has still got 10K concurrent viewers every time he goes live. If somebody who literally has a court case for nudes and sex tapes that they shared around without consent, if they can still have an audience, I guess it's no surprise that a pedophile could get that too. The dog basically lost his mind at his old friends for not associating with him, and this is one of the clips that Nick Merckx posted to respond to him losing his mind.
You can't reflect, you can't hold yourself accountable, you can't be a man. Being a man is about holding yourself accountable with things you do. It's a really important part about growing up and being a fucking man. You're a father, you're a husband. Look, you fucked up. You gotta own it. You gotta be a fucking man. You fucked up. You don't get to go around and blame everybody else for the shit that you did.
And that's just simply the reality. Nick Merckx is not the one that was texting an underage minor. You were. Nick Merckx is not the one that tweeted that he had inappropriate conversations with a minor. But of course...
Right, because like, didn't the Gamers Update, I know, has the clip from it, right? Of the crash out. Then Nick Merckx, that Dr. Disrespect. This is for context. I'm sure you guys might be a little confused if you haven't seen this. But this is the crash out that Dr. Disrespect had.
I'm just in like a bad mood, but at the same time, it's just like I have to say the obvious. I do. Like, who does that? You know what I mean, champs? These people have met, like those two people met Mrs. Assassin and Baby Assassin, Little Assassin, right? They met him multiple times. So for Nick to go on some fucking low-budget podcast and talk about us the way he did, like, who does that? Like, pause the music. Pause the...
To be honest, it actually just sounded like he was jealous that he didn't get invited to go on the podcast. He was mad that they had opportunities to go on the podcast, and when they were on the podcast, they didn't support him. And it's like, of course, this dude's got cut off from a lot of career opportunities because of what he did, right? You can't just text minors and then just like not have any repercussions for that. So yeah, I'm getting the idea that that is what's going on here.
Like, pause the music. Pause the... I just gotta say it. Like, who does that? You fucking phony pussy. And then Lupo screaming.
Should I mute the mic while I'm chewing? Maybe I should.
Screaming at the top of his lungs. He's got 400 viewers now. No one gives a... Like, he's always copied us. Transitions, intros, all that stuff. He's always has. Like, I just gotta go and... I'm just gonna go and release some stuff off my mind just because I'm in the... Just because I got so many technical fucking options.
Dude is just salty that these people who are better streamers than him, by the way, better streamers than him, probably, or better streamers, they're more popular at least, are doing similar things that he's doing and are having more success than him. I think this is mostly jealousy rather than anything else. And when you get upset about about things like this, you often say things you don't really mean. I'm sure that he's actually upset that they don't support him. But to be honest, you know, Dr. Disrespect, if he was getting invited to podcasts, you probably wouldn't see this outburst. You probably wouldn't. This is just a sad, jealous man.
Issues and audio issues and everything's always... There's always fucking technical issues happening on the stream, huh? Right? It gets me all fired up. So then it makes me want to really speak my mind. We get it.
Well, if Dr. Lupo isn't dealing with these streamer issues, if Tim the Tapman isn't dealing with these audio issues, then I feel like Dr. Disrespect, that's on you. That's on you. And maybe that goes more to what Nick Merckx was saying, like, take responsibility. He can even take responsibility for his audio issues. Instead of getting all mad that other people aren't having audio issues, that they have cool transitions similar to what Dr. Disrespect has, and that they're being able to be on podcasts. Like, bro, too bad, right? You know, I mean, he didn't make his bed, but he texted about it. So this is the result of what you've done.
Get it, Doc. Calm down. All right. You sure? I was about to just go off. I was really about to go off on these fucking idiots. Disrespecting me. Disrespecting my Mrs. Assassin, Little Assassin. Come on, man. That's how you get knocked the fuck out.
Okay, that I understand, because it's like his wife, his child, they don't have any involvement with him messaging someone who was underage, right? Like, what, do you think his kid told him to do that? No. Do you think his wife told him to do that? No. That's something that is just his problem. So if you're gonna go after his family for that, then yeah, I get being a little bit mad about that. That's fair.
This guy thinks he's is Nick Merckx, dude. I don't even know what happened to him. I don't know if he's still around. He thinks he's like,
bro, I didn't even know if you were still around. What are you talking about, my guy? Actually, no, I shouldn't say my guy. We do not claim him. I do not claim him.
Tough guy putting his who can I knock out in a fight list together? Like, first off, who does that shit, man?
your entire persona is literally built around being a fake tough guy. As a matter of fact, you are actually more overtly fake about it, right? Look at this goofy dude, right? Full tactical gear, fake wig, pit vipers, maybe a fake mustache. I don't know. Like, come on, bro. Come on. You're going to come at people for having a tough guy persona? Really? Seriously? That's like, I don't know, WWE wrestlers going out and complaining about toxic masculinity. Like, come on, bro.
Second off, this guy wouldn't even fucking come close. No way. Anyways, I just don't know who, like, the type of mentality to go on and talk about someone like that. Like, you just gotta be, you're lost. You don't do that.
I don't want to be that guy, but isn't like, you're crazy the typical, like, narcissist response? Isn't it? He doesn't even give an answer, right? Or a reason why what they're doing is wrong. It's just like, you've met my wife and kids. You should know better than that. You guys must be crazy. Like, it doesn't track. This is just a rant. There's no logic. There's no argument. This is just a rant.
Time out.
And to me, this feels like a final burning.
Yeah, this is pretty dumb. Do I want to? I don't think we need to play this for more context. I think we're good. Let's go back to Sleepy. So, with that context, we'll run it back to Nick Merckx's response to this.
You can't reflect. You can't hold yourself accountable. You can't be a man. Being a man is about holding yourself accountable with things you do. It's a really important part about growing up and being a fucking man.
I like how he's talking about /to Dr. Disrespect as if he's a child, because he kind of is acting like a child here, even though you're mad about people going after your wife and kid. That's fair, but in general, he's mad at the opportunities the other guys are getting. He's mad that the streams are working smoother than his. It's like, these are all childish things to complain about in public, right? In public.
You're a father, you're a husband. Look, you fucked up. You gotta own it. You gotta be a fucking man. You fucked up. You don't get to go around and blame everybody else for the shit that you did.
And that's just simply the reality. Nick Merckx is not the one that was texting an underage minor. You were. Nick Merckx is not the one that tweeted that he had inappropriate conversations with a minor. But of course.
And also, didn't Nick Merckx literally do a video where it's like, the line to me is like messaging minors? Like, that's unacceptable. How are you going to get mad at Nick Merckx for saying something like that? It's a reasonable thing for a human being to say.
Of course, Dr. Disrespect crashed the fuck out, as we all know, and here's what his audience had to say about it. So this is the top post on the Reddit this week. 4 days ago, Doc called it. Nick Merckx is the biggest fucking pussy in the world, ... Lupo, obviously, he's a fake. Dr. Disrespect called out the two streamers, labeling them as rats for how they treated him amid his controversy. And again, when we say controversy, what we mean to say is when he admitted that he sexted a minor, that he had inappropriate conversations with a minor. So
exactly.
Now let's see what the fans of a pedophile have to say.
Well, to be fair, I think what Dr. Disrespect admitted to was jokes. He said, "Oh, it was just jokes. It's fine. It was just jokes. They were inappropriate, but they were jokes, so it's fine." No, it's not fine. It's not like we have a straight answer on exactly what was said, because those messages haven't been leaked. At the very least, we do know that they were of an inappropriate nature, because that's what Dr. Disrespect said. So knowing whether or not they were actually planning to do anything, whatever, but it's still bad, right? I'm not making any excuses for him. I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear about what the record has stated so far.
Nick is the perfect example of a guy that can't get past a high school mentality. You see it in a lot of streamers that never actually worked a day in their lives. They're just petulant children. Need I remind you, if anyone is stuck in their high school days, it's probably the guy that is texting people old enough to be in high school.
That's true. That's true. That's a good point. It's a good point, because a lot of it's about like maturity level, right? If you're immature, you're probably gonna want to be with people who are immature. It's just facts.
It is a fucking joke. I don't know how there's no fucking, self-respect, any amount of dignity to not even fucking mention What the fuck? You're talking about kid mentality. Tell your mans, tell your homie, tell your fucking champ, all right, to stop talking to children. How about that? If there's anything about the subreddit that I find extremely funny, it's that they are all fans of Dr. Disrespect. Even removing the allegations, let's just be real about it. Dr. Disrespect is a pretty obnoxious character. Like, if you're a fan of Dr. Disrespect, you like obnoxious, annoying people. That's...
Maybe that's just me. Like, I like some of like the loud, brash content creators on the internet. That's one thing I liked about Destiny when I was still watching him. I kind of liked the goofy antics of Ninja, right, when he was still like the edgy dude in his parents' basement. That was really cool. I like that because I don't know. I think there's a lot of people don't go there to being like loud and boisterous and semi pseudo edgy. And I think that if you can do that and still be funny, hey, I'll take that. I think that's fun to watch. I think Dr. Disrespect lays it on a little thick, though. I think that's why I never was a fan of him back in high school. But I don't know. I think that there's something goofy and relatively inoffensive about the way that he carries himself to where I could absolutely understand why you would be a fan of him. I just feel if it comes off as a little fake in like in a WWE way where it's like they're not even trying to hide that it's not real anymore, right? You're wearing an obviously fake wig. The wig is bad, bro. Like, we're not necessarily buying that this is actually how you behave and this is your real persona. But still, you know, I wouldn't really hate on people who enjoy the type of stuff, right? I don't hate on WWE fans, so.
In my opinion, that's just what it is. And so the idea that these people are talking about tuned in for 10 minutes and he was talking about almost going to SEAL training and I immediately tuned out. Fucking quote unquote, I'll punch a drill sergeant mentality is nauseating. Pretty sure.
Right? And you know the reason why that doesn't work is because the persona is so obviously fake. If you're goofing off and you know and being like, oh, I'm a champ, right? I'm a two-time, right? And you guys are my champs too. Yeah, man. Look at me and my pit vipers. Like, that's different than being like, I'm almost going to be a SEAL, like a SEAL Team 6 member. Like that's on an absolutely different level, right?
Nick was never some tough guy in his younger years, lol. He was a nerd pro gamer that started working out and became a douche. Like, dude, they're talking about this guy and like he's got such a nauseating personality. Bro. You like Dr. Disrespect, bro. What do I need to say? Motherfucker wears an outfit, a red outfit, and sunglasses on stream because motherfucker hates being himself. How about that? The only funny thing in this subreddit is
good point.
This guy, Doc's still going after high schoolers too, though. Nobody liked that one. This subreddit is unironically mad at Nick Merckx for talking about Dr. Disrespect being a pedophile in a pretty respectful way, might I add.
That's crazy.
Dr.
Yeah,
Disrespect.
I mean, I will say, every time that Nick Merckx has spoken about Dr. Disrespect, it's been very, very soft language. He's been condemning Dr. Disrespect about as gently as you reasonably could, right? He's never said he's a horrible person or whatever. Even in the clip before that I played, you know, that Sleepy played, he said, oh, he made a mistake. You gotta own up to your mistakes. Mistakes? Bro, that's not a mistake. That's a life path that led you down that road. Like, come on, man. It's a little bit more than just making a mistake to message a minor in that way.
Is the problem,
especially if you know that person's a minor. Like, if you don't know, that's different. But I think my understanding is that he knew the person was a minor.
A pedophile in a pretty respectful way, might I add. Dr. Disrespect is the problem here. Maybe Dr. Disrespect shouldn't have done what he did. Nick Merckx wouldn't be talking about it. This is a pretty good one here. Z and Tim's stance were basically, if the allegations are true, that's messed up. That's not even a controversial or being a bad friend. They're just reacting. And somebody below says, imagine one of your best friends is in legal trouble, and instead of checking up on them to verify it's actually true, they instead just cut contact with you and assumed you were guilty. That's such a heartbreaking thing. Bro, he admitted to doing it. Not
this. And also, I've been in a relatively similar position, right? If you guys remember the whole Cedarville stabbing situation, right? Where some dude was harassing women on campus. I'll say allegedly because we don't know this for sure. I've heard multiple secondhand testimony that I from people that I trust, right? So I believe it, but it is my opinion, right? That this guy was running around, harassing people. But I literally had like basically cut ties with him years before when I was still in college, because he was like talking weird about women and stuff, and the way that he was talking about women, it seemed to me like it was very like objectifying, and I was like, man, this is whack. And then he would ask me for relationship advice, and I would say, like, treat women like people, and he wouldn't follow my advice, and he'd come back for more advice. I'm like, bro, stop it. So I cut him off as a friend, and then of course, after he was harassing enough women, one of them got mad at him and stabbed him. And then he was messaging people, I think, in like a Discord for like people in our hall, because we were in the same hall together in college. And I think he ended up reaching out to me, and he was like, "Bro, you want to come and support me for my court day?" I'm like, "Nah, bro. I don't even know if I responded. I just like blocked him or unfriended him or just ignored him or something." Like, just because you're friends with someone or you were friends with someone doesn't mean that you have to help them whenever they're in legal trouble, or you have to support them if they ever get into some sort of sticky situation. Like, bruh, if someone does something bad, why would you be obligated to help them out with their legal trouble? Or I don't know. I feel like the idea, the whole claim of you guys used to be friends just isn't really cutting it for me, as someone who has been through something like that before.
They instead just cut contact with you and assumed you were guilty. That's such a heartbreaking thing. Bro, he admitted to doing it. Nah, bro, he deleted the tweet, remember? I don't know if he's being fucking sarcastic, but like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, he publicly admitted. And by the way, these guys aren't best friends. They're fully grown men. They're fully grown men with families. They are not best friends. Get this parasocial retard idea out of your fucking brain. They are not friends. They are not best friends. They are business partners who are maybe homies outside. They send each other a couple of texts and go for a...
Did they even collab? I honestly don't follow these people very closely. Nick Merckx is the one I followed the most, and I barely even follow him. I thought Tim the Tatman was kind of cool, but I never really took the time out to watch a lot of his streams. Were these people actually like heavily collaborators with each other? Is there like something that I'm missing here? Like, I don't know. But even then, like, yeah, you could be in an org or whatever. You could do a whole bunch of streams together and not be friends. That's completely fine.
Beer now and then. They live on opposite sides of the country, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I'm pretty sure one of them lives in California, one of them lives in Florida or some shit. Like, they're not best friends. And this idea is purely parasocial, something that's been propagated by Dr. Disrespect to make the other people around him seem worse. If Dr. Disrespect was really a best friend, you know what he would do? He would shut his fucking mouth and accept that he's the reason that this whole fucking problem exists in the first place. If someone says, "Hey, your hair, it smells like shit," and you look in the mirror and you see there's a bunch of shit in your hair, are you gonna look at that friend and be like, "You're such a bad friend, I can't believe you'd say that"? And you see there's a bunch of shit in your hair, are you gonna look at that friend and be like, "You're such a bad friend, I can't believe you'd say that to me"? Or are you gonna take a fucking shower? At the end of the day, I'm looking at these fucking Redditors, and I hope in some ways that they're kids that are having kid thoughts, because the idea that these are fully grown men thinking this way parasocially about their daddy disrespect is fucking crazy. On the other hand, I hope they're not kids, because I know Dr. Disrespect's track record with people that age.
this and also it's like, bro, if you're as a kid see like news of like a content creator who was like messaging someone underage like that, and you yourself are underage, I feel like if that gets you a fan base, I think that shows that you are fertile. I feel like breeding ground is just no double entendres are intended here, but it feels like it's a breeding ground to where like, oh, all these people I think could even accept or encourage Dr. Disrespect to do the same thing to them. I mean, and maybe that's just normal, I don't know, but I feel like that's just like not great as well. It's like, oh, that's problematic, that's an issue.
I think he is more hurt that they didn't discuss anything with him. They distanced themselves and tried to stay out of it. That's fine publicly, but if a good friend of yours was accused of something like this, would you just bail without even a goodbye?
Okay, that's actually fair though. That's actually fair. If you were close or whatever, you would ask some questions or talk to them before cutting them off. That's actually what I did with my previous friend or whatever. But I mean, yeah, we don't know that they were actually friends, so the point is moot.
So surprised they wouldn't even reach out to ask about it. If I was remotely friends with him, I'd reach out and ask for details and see what we could do to help out. Not reaching out at all was a major flag to me and showed me how fake they were. Surprised that Z did that, but Tim was a flat out poser, so no surprise. He's a 36-year-old loser talking and acting like he's 21. So
who's Z, by the way? I don't know who Z is. Isn't that like a group of Nazis in Ukraine or something?
Cringe. It's so crazy to see them talking. If I was remotely friends with him, I'd reach out and ask for details and see what we could do to help out. Dude, he's like, what details do you need? He had fucking inappropriate conversations with a minor.
And he admitted it, right? So it's like, what else do you want?
Fucking help out with that, you sick freak? Is this how parasocially tied you are? You can't see somebody do something objectively morally wrong, and you think, how can I help this guy? How can I help my daddy? Disrespect, motherfucker. Help him out. If you're young enough, you might be next, you sick freak. Okay, you
exactly.
Might be next. But maybe that's what you want. Maybe that's what all these fucking subredditors want. They just want to be the next fucking Dr. Disrespect victim. As I've been re-engaging with content creation, it's been interesting to see. I mean, some of the craziest stories come out and how people deal with it. I mean, the Destiny stuff has been a trip. Seeing him manipulate his audience and kind of weave a tale that, quite honestly, we all know what happened. We all know what he did. It's not about what we know. It's about what his audience knows. And it seems like Dr. Disrespect has taken a similar approach. And I really hope that videos like this, I don't know if they really mean anything. I just make them because they're fun to make and you guys like to watch them. Hopefully it makes a little bit of money for me, okay? I hope that seeing this type of community engage on a subreddit, talk to each other, see how fucking twisted their perception of reality is. I hope that seeing these engagements kind of paint a picture of how fucking easy it is to fall into a trap of really being parasocially attached to a content creator. I'm not gonna act like I've never been that way. I was in love with PewDiePie. I really liked Leafy when I was 16, 17.
Pause. Okay, now let's proceed.
18, 19, okay? When I was a dumb fucking kid. You can't like someone or a content creator so much that you ignore the bad that they do. You have to process those things. You have to listen to what other content creators are saying, look at the evidence with your own eyes, and come to a conclusion. That tweet that he put out should be a big red X on his forehead every single fucking time you watch his content. And if it isn't, you should get that checked. Hope you guys enjoyed today's video. If you did, leave a like, comment, and subscribe. I'll see you tomorrow.
Good video. Weird. Okay, that's a title. That was a pretty interesting video. I had no idea that like the Dr. Disrespect's audience was going to bat for him like that. I actually didn't know that he still had a big audience. I thought that his audience had sort of evaporated slowly over time. Maybe it has. I don't know. But I didn't know that his subreddit was still active. High school mentality, no matter what other doc liked him. That's crazy. But yeah, I mean, I never was a big fan of Dr. Disrespect. I thought his shtick was kind of funny, but like, it didn't intrigue me enough to watch it, and it seemed kind of fake. So. All right, we've got news of it's kind of funny to pivot from this to this, but from that topic to this one. But we've got some news here of about a spending bill, because of course it's tax season and budget season. So with that comes government spending bills. Now, Trump backed a spending bill that was led by the Republicans in the House, and it has been passed. The GOP bill will also direct $4 trillion towards raising the debt limit. Ridiculous. It's wild that no one is complaining about this. This is the guy who claims that he cares about decreasing government spending. This is the guy who claims he cares about the deficit, and he wants to do what? A direct $4 trillion towards raising the debt limit. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. See, look, I voted for Trump. I don't know if I would call myself a supporter of him at this point, but the one thing that I really don't like to see is hypocrisy. You can't be going out here talking about how much you care about the deficit and then raise it every time you're president. Okay? Like, come on, bro. Dude, stop it. Cut it out. Let's see. The House of Representatives has adopted a resolution that will eventually become a massive multi-trillion-dollar bill for President Donald Trump's priorities on the border, defense, energy, taxes. Oh, by the way, speaking of which, Mike Johnson, didn't he say that we would stop doing these massive spending bills? Didn't he say that we would switch to passing things that were itemized, right? We're signing on spending for this thing, signing on spending for that thing. Whatever happened to that? Where did that go? Right now, I feel like, where's Waldo trying to find out all the promises that Mike Johnson made that he kept? It's like, where are you? Where are they? Where are they? I don't even know why he's still the Speaker of the House, but that's a conversation for another day. I feel like these Republicans don't really care that much about hypocrisy if they're willing to tolerate stuff like this without complaining, except for Thomas Massey. Thomas Massey, now that's a good man. But I feel like a lot of these other people, they're like, we don't care. Right? Trump banned DEI, so it's fine if he wants to increase the government debt. Like it's ridiculous. It's increase the national debt. That's ridiculous. House of Representatives has adopted a resolution that will eventually become a massive multi-trillion-dollar bill full of President Donald Trump's priorities on the border, defense, energy, and taxes. In a major victory for GOP House leaders, the resolution passed in a 217 to 215 vote. All the Democrats voted against the measure, along with lone Republican Representative Thomas Massey, who was concerned about its effect on the national deficit. Good man. The next step is now for the relevant House committees to meet and build their own proposals, which will eventually be returned into the framework and negotiated to a compromise deal with the Senate. Now, to be fair, right? To be fair, this bill isn't all bad. Like, there's stuff in here like big tax cuts and things that I'm a fan of. But in general, like, no, you can't campaign on lowering the government debt, win the election based in part on the promises that you have made, parade around with the marketing approved slogan, promises made, promises kept, and then break your promise of increasing the deficit. Like, that's just the height of hypocrisy. Anyways, let's see, anything else here? Yeah, no, that's mostly what I wanted to speak about here. Okay, hold on, here we go. The House resolution aimed to increase spending on border security, the judiciary, and defense by roughly $300 billion, while seeking at least $1.5 trillion to $2 trillion in spending cuts elsewhere. As written, the House bill also provided $4.5 trillion to extend President Donald Trump's Tax Cuts and Jobs Act provisions, which expire at the end of the year. That's nice. So that keeps in place previous tax cuts that he had placed initially. An amendment negotiated by House Budget Committee Chairman Jody Arrington, Republican from Texas, and conservatives on his panel would also force lawmakers to make $2 trillion in cuts, or else risk the $4.5 trillion for tax cuts getting reduced by the difference. The resolution also fulfilled Trump's directive to act on the debt limit, raising it by $4 trillion, or for roughly 2 years. I would assume that that's just a typo right there. A bipartisan deal struck in 2023 saw the debt limit suspended until January 2025. Now projections show the U.S. could run out of cash to pay its debts by spring if Congress does not act. Well, you know what the solution to that is? Raise the debt limit. Like, dude, this is so bad. The resolution's odds were touch and go for much of the week so far, since House lawmakers returned from a week-long recess period Monday. Several fiscal conservatives had demanded more assurances from House GOP leadership that Republicans would seek deep spending cuts to offset the cost of Trump's priorities. The Republicans lawmakers in more competitive districts are concerned that some tax cuts may go too far. However, I see, yeah, so a lot of push and pull there. That makes sense. That makes sense. The resolution directs the House Energy and Commerce Committee to find at least $880 billion in spending cuts, which those lawmakers fear will mean severe cuts for federal programs like Medicaid. It's kind of unfortunate. Medicaid is heavily problematic because it has a lot of fraud, waste, and abuse. Everybody knows that. We all know it intuitively. No one here would disagree. Johnson said, what we're talking about is rooting out the fraud, waste, and abuse. It doesn't matter what party you're in. You should be for that because it saves your money and preserves the program so that is available for the people who desperately need it. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I generally have bought the line of like the waste, fraud, and abuse is something important that we need to get rid of. I guess the difficult thing is knowing whether or not when you're cutting jobs like this, if you're actually going after waste, fraud, and abuse, or you're just cutting spending so that you can fund other things, or because it makes you look good optically. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what those cuts end up looking like before I can make a judgment on them. Let's see. We've actually got something else related to Doge here coming up here in a second. So, Doge put out this tweet a while ago saying federal employee retirements are processed using paper by hand in an old limestone mine in Pennsylvania. Which, like, this whole thing feels like something that should be like in like Not the Onion or something. Federal employee retirements are processed using paper by hand in an old limestone mine in Pennsylvania. Why is it in a mine? I mean, aesthetically, it's kind of cool, but like, why is it in a mine? And why is it by paper? It's 2025. 2025. The modern internet sort of like gave birth or was birthed by the federal government in like 1996. So we're talking like 30 years since the internet has been in place. We still are processing things like this by paper. And the government created it through ARPANET. So it was in the government's hand even before that. We've had this technology for a long time, and we're still processing all these retirements by paper. That's ridiculous. But things are about to change here in a second, and I'll get to that shortly. But here, more about the old limestone mine. 700 plus mine workers operate 230 feet underground to process about 10,000 applications per month, which are stored in manila envelopes and cardboard boxes. The retirement process takes multiple months. Wild. It is interesting that no one has even talked about this. This is kind of crazy. But have no fear, because Doge has solved the problem. Says, update on the mine. OPM has successfully executed the first ever fully digital retirement. The process took 2 days and more workers needed. But this is a great improvement from the current paper solution taking multiple months. Great job by the USOPM team, which is crazy, going from multiple months to 2 days. Wild. But let's watch this video and see what they had to say about this.
About a week ago, the administration came to us with a challenge, something.
They did this in a, bro, we've been doing things like this for decades. It's been an outstanding problem, and they fixed it in a week? Well, that just shows that this was just willful, right? That they were just doing this by paper, by hand, because they wanted to, or no one was paying attention, right? But like, to fix a massive problem like this, in like 2 weeks, 2 weeks is ridiculous. Especially when you have so many papers that you need to process. All of this has been replaced by modern technology in a matter of 2 weeks, 1 or 2 weeks. That's crazy.
About a week ago, the administration came to us with a challenge, something we've never done before. Process a retiree end-to-end digitally without printing anything to paper. The deadline? In a week.
Wow.
The retirement services team approached this with boldness, competence, and caring. This is their story.
There's so many parts of retirement.
Wait a second. Hold on. maybe my eyes have not adjusted to the new prescription or my new glasses, but isn't she black? I thought the whole point of getting rid of DEI and the federal government was supposed to get rid of all of, like, the black people and all the Hispanics and everything, and get rid of all of the women and just make it a whole great big, like, straight white male fan, looking like a 12 Angry Men fan club or something. Like, what's this? A black woman being in charge of something that is created by Doge, which is, for all intents and purposes, at least largely directed, if not run, by a white South African who's supposedly a Nazi? That's interesting. That's shocking. It's almost like these people aren't entirely racist. It's almost like this whole DEI erasure thing wasn't about just getting rid of minorities to the government. Huh. I wonder who could have been saying anything towards those lines, huh? Fascinating. If only someone had told us this before. Okay, let's go back.
There's so many parts of retirement process where even one sheet of paper with one missing signature could slow down the process.
Even if we start in a digital path, we have to combine that with many of the paper documents that already exist.
These 26,000 filing cabinets store 400 million documents.
Ridiculous.
Welcome to the mine in Boyers, Pennsylvania.
So this is what.
Why is this in a mine?
A case jacket looks like. It's a file folder that contains all the paper documents.
The first time I went to the mine, the picture I had in my mind was something from the X-Files.
It literally looks like something from the X-Files, doesn't it?
Have a lot of paper, a lot more than others, and that there were a couple we encountered that actually had pallets of communication.
Here was the challenge. How can we get fully digital retirement through within 5 days without printing one piece of paper?
We were asked, how long would it take to do this completely digitally? We gasped and said 7 months, maybe 12 months. But then we were asked, well, what if you had the full support of your team and the full support of leadership? How fast could you do it?
We got it done in record times within 2 days without printing one piece of paper.
Wow.
We proved that it's possible, and now we're gonna figure it out, and we're gonna get this done for everybody else too.
That's so cool, dude. This is awesome. This is awesome. And these are the types of things that, like, Doge does. It's like small things like this to make the government run more efficiently. And, these things, they add up, right? This mine you can sell to someone else and they can use the mine, right? And you don't have to pay, like, if they're paying a lease on the land or whatever, you don't have to pay all of that. You just got to pay for the storage space. You got to pay for tech people to manage the servers, and that's it. Like, it's so nice to see Doge do things that are good and increasing the efficiency of our federal government. A lot of people don't like that because it means cutting some jobs or whatever, which, I mean, if you have one of those jobs, that's completely understandable. But at the same time, like, I think it's also a little bit more important that the government runs well, is efficient and effective, right? So, round of applause to Doge for figuring this out, helping OPM get the job done, moving into the 21st century, processing a retirement by paper, which I think probably 99% of companies already do within the United States. Wild that the federal government wasn't doing that. But, I mean, bravo, they got it done. I think that's kind of cool. All right, we've got another story here. This is from Fox News. Now, this is like the long and the short of something that we're going to be talking about later. But this is basically a breakdown of why Trump and Zelensky's deal broke down when they were supposed to be meeting at the White House ostensibly to sign it. Now, for context, Zelensky was invited to the White House. They had this whole public press conference thing in front of the media. They were supposed to chit chat for a little bit and then sign something, and then Zelensky was going to go home. But no such events occurred, because moments after they started speaking, things started getting a little testy, and we're going to be talking about that later as well. But they started arguing about different points, and Zelensky started asking for more things that were even included in the initial draft draft the bill. And so then Zelensky walked away in a huff, and then Trump angrily posted on like True Social or something to the effect of come back when you're ready for peace, essentially. But there are insiders speaking to the press about what caused these deals to break down. So let's see what Fox News has to say. They have their own sources. First on Fox, President Donald Trump's refusal to grant a key demand made by Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky precipitated their explosive confrontation during a live press event at the White House. A stunned world watched Friday as Vice President J.D. Vance and Trump reprimanded Zelensky in full view of reporters, with cameras rolling. From the moment the Oval Office event started, the dynamic from Trump and his Ukrainian counterpart was noticeably different from the other two press events Trump held with world leaders this week. According to sources close to Zelensky, tempers had flared even before the event began. The Ukrainian president was apparently presented with a minerals for security agreement by the Trump administration prior to the press event, but the deal included no security guarantees to protect Ukraine from another Russian invasion. Wait, so then what is the security agreement then? Is it like, I don't know, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Minerals for security, but no security? That sounds like minerals for nothing. It's got to be the wording on that, but that just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. If I was provided with that deal, I'd be upset too. But I wouldn't even go to the White House and be like, bro, I'm not giving you minerals for nothing. Give me something. Zelensky had warned repeatedly against ahead of his trip to Washington D.C. that in order to reach a mineral agreement, Kiev would need these security assurances. Even so, he angered Trump and Vance by rejecting the deal, the source said. Hold on. So if you go to the White House about a deal that you don't agree with, why would you go up to the press about it and then publicly complain that you don't like the deal? So it's like you're driving up to DC, like, getting on the call with the president. Hey, Mr. President, what's up? I'm about to go head up to your place. We're going to go talk about that deal, man. I don't like it, man. I don't like this deal, man. I can't wait to get in front of the press and talk about this deal that I don't like. Well, they get all hyped that we're going to sign it when we're really not. Bro, I can't wait. Like, that's kind of whack. That's kind of whack. It's whack that Zelensky would do that, but it's also whack that Donald Trump would accept it. It'd be like, no, you're not going to come over here if you don't even like the deal I'm giving you, and I'm not willing to negotiate on the terms, right? Because you don't have to win with any cards or leverage in the situation. No, that's kind of whack. I'm not playing that game. So it's a bit strange that they both agreed to this situation. Subsequently, just minutes after reporters asked their first question, an aggressive spat unfolded between the heads of state that left officials behind the scenes scrambling to understand how the situation fell apart so quickly. We cannot just sign an agreement without any substantial guarantees, one Ukrainian defense advisor told Fox News Digital. It's not going to work. It's just going to reward the aggressor. A fair complaint. Excuse me. Now, to be fair, I don't think this is our war. I don't think this is our fight. I don't think that we need to be putting our resources towards this. But at the same time, if you're Ukrainian, it's your duty to fight for your country and be like, give us as much as we can get in order to fight this war. Or if we're going to get peace, we need to have assurances that, Russia's not just going to be able to run us over and stuff like. Complaints about those types of things that makes sense to me. It's just that we're not obligated to bend to those because this is America. This is not Ukraine. Zelensky's refusal to sign a deal apparently contributed to the ire of Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance. The White House has not confirmed the discussions that occurred ahead of the press event. The heated spat unfolded after Trump suggested Russian President Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine in 2014 and again in 2022 because Trump was in office, blaming Democratic presidents like Barack Obama and Joe Biden, who sat in the Oval Office at the corresponding times. There are different quotes from the event, which I'll be reacting to later. But that's very interesting, very fascinating. I would not be shocked if this whole situation ended with Trump and Putin signing an agreement without Ukraine coming to the table. I think that Zelensky is putting his country at great risk here because Trump has already bewilderingly sided with Russia in the conflict, saying that basically Ukraine is the one that's in the wrong. So it would not be surprising to me if Trump said, hey, Russia, just get whatever you want. Now, I think that Donald Trump doesn't want to do that. He wants to give Ukraine something, but he doesn't want to give them too much. I think he might think that they come off to him as entitled or something. So I think that he is not looking at Ukraine particularly favorably right now. And Zelensky is like burning all of his goodwill with the United States to the ground, right? Insulting America while sitting in the Oval Office, complaining about not being allowed to have any more guns when they're fighting a war that they're losing. He's having to, in order to keep this war going on, in order to keep on getting money, he's having to drag his citizens out of nightclubs so that they can go to the front lines and die. That is wild to me. And for people to go up on a high horse about, in order for people to be compassionate to the plight of the Ukrainians, we have to keep this war going on, they must not be seeing the footage of the army recruiters that Ukraine has hired to go in and drag these people out of their homes, out of the streets, out of restaurants, to go and fight this war that they do not support. Remember, Zelensky has an extremely low approval rate. I think it's down like 4% right now. The only reason why he's still in office is because he's prevented an election that from taking place, right? The great democratic leader of the free world, I know. Right? It's just crazy to me. The way I see it, this war needs to end. But the people who claim to love Ukraine so much really want the Ukrainian soldiers to keep on dying. I do not get it. I do not get it. I understand even though I don't agree with Zelensky's posturing, I even get on his end, where it's like, yeah, if you're, the president of Ukraine, of course you're going to want more assurances and you're going to want a more favorable deal for yourself. But again, like I've said, we're not Ukraine, right? So we are not obligated to act in Vladimir Zelensky's best interest. Let's see here. Got some other things I want to react to. Let me look this news. Zelensky. Because I know Fox News, they aired an interview with Zelensky.
Welcome
There we go. Okay. So I'm sure you guys all saw the clips from the explosive interview that Donald Trump had with Vladimir Zelensky. But I don't know how many of you guys have actually seen the whole thing all the way through. So I figured I would go ahead and react to this whole thing and give you my thoughts on the situation. This is uploaded directly from the White House themselves. This is called President Trump and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky in Oval Office, February 28th, 2025. And not a terrible like-dislike ratio either.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor to have President Zelensky of Ukraine. And we've been working very hard, very close. And we've actually known each other for a long time. We've been dealing with each other for a long time and very well. We had a little negotiation spat, but that worked out great. I think for both countries, I think for the world, actually, beyond both countries. And we have something that is a very fair deal. And we look forward to getting in and digging and working and getting some of the rare earth.
So the interesting thing is the way he's speaking, it makes it seem like the deal was already basically agreed upon. Zelensky just needed to sign it.
But it means we're going to be inside, and it's a big commitment from the United States, and we appreciate working with you very much. And we will continue to do that. We have had some very good discussions with Russia. I spoke with President Putin, and we're going to try and bring this to a close. It's something that you want and that he wants. We have to negotiate a deal, but we've started the confines of a deal, and I think something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, but soldiers being killed. They're losing thousands of soldiers. On both sides, we're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see it stop. And we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like rebuilding.
I like how Zelensky is squirming. Notice that he's nodded on other moments. But when it comes to complaining about how many Ukrainian soldiers have died and spending money in different ways, he is not happy.
But we've started the confines
shifting
of a deal,
and looking at the camera and stuff.
Something can happen. The big thing is the number of soldiers, mostly at this point, but soldiers being killed. You're losing thousands of soldiers. On both sides, we're losing a lot of soldiers, and we want to see it stop. And we want to see the money get put to different kinds of use, like rebuilding. And we're going to be working very hard, but we've had a lot of very good conversations. I will say until we came along, the Biden administration didn't speak to Russia whatsoever. They didn't speak to anybody. They just allowed this to continue. And I will say that, I'll say in front of you, you've heard me say it 1,000 times, if I were president, this war would have never happened. We would have had a deal negotiated for you without having to go through what you've gone through. But your soldiers have been unbelievably brave. We've given them great equipment, but somebody has to use the equipment. They've been unbelievably brave, and we give them great credit. This was supposed to be over very quickly, and here we are 3 years later. So I give tremendous credit to your generals and your soldiers and yourself in the sense that it's been very hard fighting, very tough fighting. They're great fighters. And you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So
he's like, no, more war. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. He didn't even nod.
Now we want to get it over.
He's like, not enough death, man. We need more.
And you have to be very proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough, right? We want to get it over with. So it's an honor to have you here.
Actually, you know what? I was wrong because he did keep nodding when he said it's enough the first time. I just didn't catch that.
Proud of them from that standpoint. But now we want to get it over with. It's enough.
Yeah, he initiated a new nod there, so my bad.
It's an honor to have you here. Thank you very much for coming. We're going to sign the agreement at the conference in the East Room in a little while, right after lunch. And we'll be having lunch together. We're also discussing some other things, and we appreciate everybody being here. It's somewhat of an exciting moment, but the really exciting moment is when they stop the shooting or we end up with a deal. And I think we're fairly close to getting that, and an honor to have you. And please, I'd like to say something.
No, thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you for invitation. And really, I hope that this first document will be...
Why is this so quiet? I know for you guys it's probably going to be better because I have like the compressor cranked up to a ridiculous amount, but like...
The first step to real security guarantees for Ukraine, our people, our children. I really count on it. And of course, we count that America will not stop support. Really, for us, it's very important to support and to continue it. I want to discuss it with details further during our conversation. And of course, the infrastructure or security guarantees. Because for today, I understand what Europe is ready to do. And of course, I want to discuss with you what United States will be ready to do, and I really count on your strong position to stop Putin. And you said that enough with the war. I think that is very important, Ben, to say these words to Putin at the very beginning of war, because he is a killer and terrorist. But I hope that together we can stop him. But for us, it's very important to, to save our country, our values, our freedom and democracy, and of course, no compromises with the killer about our territories, but it will be later. And of course, what I wanted, we spoke about it by phone about the drones production. We have very good drones production. I think the best one in the world for today because of the
He's speaking like Trump. He's like, oh, you know about our drone production. We got some great drone production. Best drone production in the world, I might add. Like very Trumpian there.
We have very good drones production. I think the best one in the world for today because of the war. Yes, and of course we need very much the air defense. You have the best air defense in the world, and really you helped us under attacks of Russians. And I want to speak how we can exchange the licenses. We're open to share the licenses of all our drones with you, of course, with the United States. And we need licenses for quick production of air defense. Even after the war, we need our nation to be calm, that we are secure. So that's why we need this air air shield. And of course, about this, I want to speak about the contingents. I think that France and UK already spoke to you, and we know that Europe is ready, but without the United States, they will not be ready to be as strong as we need. And the last point.
So that's referring to some developments in Europe, if you guys are not aware. Donald Trump has been indicating over the past week or two that he's not going to be supporting Ukraine in the same way that Joe Biden has been supporting Ukraine financially. And then this caused the entirety of Europe to be whoa. Well, if Trump isn't going to pay Ukraine's bills, then someone has to, or else they lose the war. So Ukraine has sort of been uniting and being like, sorry, not Ukraine. Europe has been uniting and they're being like, oh, okay, you know what? Let's all band together, boys, and pay for Zelensky's bills. And so now they're starting to pony up more money to Ukraine. So that's the coalition that he is sort of hinting at there, giving Ukraine support to sort of fill in the vacuum that Trump is about to leave there very soon.
Last not least, about exchange, about our people and children. And you know that these crazy Russians, that they stolen 20,000 of children, Ukrainian children. They changed their names. They changed their families, relatives.
The look on Trump's face makes it seem like he doesn't really know about any of this, that this is happening at all.
And now they're in Russia. We want to bring them back. And really, it's a big dream, task, and goal for me. And our warriors. By the way, Mr. President, we released more than 4,000 warriors from Russian prison, but there are thousands more in the prison. I wanted to share with you some images, how it's just can I now?
Yeah, please.
Some minute, 1 minute. Just you to understand in what circumstances, in what situation they are, and what the attitude of Russia to our prisoners. That guys, just you before and after. And you see before and after, just you to understand. Now thousands of such guys, ladies and men, there, and that, so they don't eat, they beat them, and they, so they do a lot of bad things. So out of, even during the war, there are rules. Everybody knows there are rules during the war. So these guys, they don't have any rules. You see that 50, 60 kilograms left, and a lot of such things. And I didn't want to show you what the changes with images of children, because I will share with you. And, I mean, it's looking tragic.
Yep, it's tough stuff.
Yeah, I wanted very much to give you, and you see it.
Yeah.
This is possible.
I think that Zelensky did not handle himself particularly well, but this was the best moment from all the clips I saw, because it's like, it's undeniable, right? That Russia treats its prisoners poorly, in that they are an autocratic dictatorship. So I think it is powerful for him to show visually with images how Russia is treating Ukraine and the Ukrainians.
I wanted very much to give you, and you see it. Yeah. This is pastor, by the way. They stolen pastors because it's not Russian church. They stolen pastors and moved pastors to the prison. At the end of last year, we brought 3 pastors, and we could exchange them. This is pastor, you see.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah.
Now there's another clip here that I'm gonna cue up here just a second here. All right.
So I mean, this I wanted to show you, and
I do like how he pointed out that a pastor was one of the people there as well. That they don't like Ukrainian pastors. Of course, because of like the nationalism, whatever. You want to have a tight button on what type of religious views are spread and propagated. A little bit hypocritical though, because I want to say that Ukraine also trespassed on the rights of pro-Russian churches in Ukraine, right? So a little bit hypocritical there. Zelensky from right here has some dictatorial leanings. So, but for Trump, who's someone in the past has claimed to be a Christian, I don't think that he claims to be a Christian now, but if he's a Christian, you go like, hey, they're persecuting Christians. I think that that's a powerful pitch.
So thank you very much.
We want to get that ended, right?
Yeah, of course. We will.
And I think we will. And
we have to, of course.
Do you have any questions, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. How much money is the U.S. going to put into the fund that is being created today, and how does this provide long-term security for Ukraine?
Well, we don't know exactly how much because we're going to be putting some money in a fund that we're going to get from the raw earth that we're going to be taking and sharing in terms of revenue. So it's going to be a lot of money will be made from the sale and from the use of raw earth. And as you know, our country doesn't have much raw earth. We have a lot of oil and gas, but we don't have a lot of the raw earth. And what we do have is protected by the environmentalists, but that could be unprotected, but still it's not very much. They have among the best in the world in terms of raw earth. So we're going to be using that, using it for all of the things we do, including AI and including weapons and the military, and it's really going to very much satisfy our needs. So something that just worked out really well. We have a lot of oil, and we have a lot of gas, we have a lot, but we don't have raw earth. So this has just about every component of the raw earth that we need for computers, for all of the things we do. This puts us in great shape.
So it's interesting that Donald Trump wants to use is going to Ukraine in this dire time of need and saying, hey, give us your minerals. Right? It's like they're about to get decimated in a war with a major world power, probably the most minor of all the major world powers, but a major world power nonetheless. And he's like, can we use your minerals? Now, on the flip side of that, I can see why such a deal might be attractive to Ukraine, because look, if the United States is getting minerals from Ukraine, the United States has a vested interest in there being peace in Ukraine, because if there's peace there, then you can keep mining the minerals, right? It hurts America if a source of their production and a source of their resources gets attacked or whatever. And this deal is not with Russia. This deal is with Ukraine. So let's say Russia goes over and takes over Ukraine and destroys it. They're not going to abide by the same deal that Trump had with Ukraine about the minerals. So from that angle, I could also see why Ukraine would want to come to the table on a something like this. It's also getting a little chilly, so I might put on a jacket or something.
I think they're going to have great luck. I think once we make the agreement, that's going to be 95% of it. They're not going to go back to fighting. I've spoken with President Putin, and I feel very strong. I've known him for a long time, and I feel very strongly that they're very serious about it. And we'll make a deal. And when the deal is made, I don't think we talk about security. Everyone's talking about the other day. All they talked about was security. I said, let me make the deal first.
So one thing too, a lot of people are like, well, how do we know that Putin is not going to attack Ukraine again? Now, the claim is that what Putin wants to do is bring back Soviet Russia or something, the old, Soviet Union, and Ukraine is one of those countries along that path, right? It's already taken Crimea, and now it's moving on to Ukraine. The problem is that this guy is a massive propaganda fiend, right? He cares about his image. And first of all, it already makes Putin look weak for him to have invaded Ukraine and then for the war to last this long. Ukraine's an itty bitty teeny tiny nation. In Ukraine and in Russia is one of the major world powers. They literally have nukes. It makes them look so bad that this war has lasted so long. So I think that Putin has a massive image advantage to be gained with the ending of the war, because what he can get to do is, if anything is signed, it doesn't even matter what's in it, he can say, we have achieved our objective. We have gotten what we came here for. We have weakened our enemy of Ukraine, and they have run back home with their tail between their legs. So Russia has something to gain from there being peace here. So a lot of people are worried, and they're like, oh, is Is Putin going to invade Ukraine again? No, I don't think Putin is going to invade Ukraine again. And I don't think that he's going to want to invade other countries either, because he's seen how badly this has affected his military. Wait until he tries to attack other nations who might or might not be more powerful than Ukraine, right? So, and also many of the nations he was looking into, they're all like NATO members, right? So it's like, I don't see this happening. I'm going to go get my jacket, but I just don't see this happening of Putin attacking Ukraine again after this peace deal is struck.
Have to make the deal first. I don't worry about security right now. We have to have a deal, because right now, last week, 2,000 soldiers died on both sides. 2,000, and they're losing 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 a week. So as we sit here and we talk, people are getting shot and dying on the battlefield. And
Crazy.
you know, they're not American soldiers, but they're Russian soldiers and they're Ukrainian soldiers, and we want to be able to stop it. And we want to be able also to spend money on other things. We don't want to, this is a tremendous amount of money. And what the Biden administration did was terrible. They were giving money, but he had no security on the money. Europe, as you know, gave much less money, but they had security. It was in the form of a loan. They get their money back, and we didn't. And now, at least we're protected, because the American taxpayer has to be protected too. But this is an incredible agreement for Ukraine, because we have a big investment in their country now, and what they have, very few people have. And we're able to really go forward with very, very high-tech things and many other things, including weaponry that we're going to use in many locations, but that we need for our country. This allows.
So first Taiwan and now Ukraine. What's up with the government having a penchant for investing in small countries next to major world powers that have resources that we need, but they're always under threat of being invaded by the greater enemy?
This allows us to do that.
Will you continue?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can I?
Yes, go ahead, please.
If I can just yes. In the document, there is one of the very important points. If we speak about business and investment, we never had LNG terminals in Ukraine. This document will open. I mean, the next documents, but anyway, here we see in the framework, we see a really good will for this. LNG terminals for us is very important, and I think for security of the European continent. We have the biggest storage, gas storage. We have the biggest in Europe. Yes, and we can use it. Use it for LNG. Use it for LNG, and we will do it. And really, we can help Europe, because Europe really helped. President Trump said that they made less support, but they have our friends, and they are our very supportive partners. They really gave a lot, Mr. President. Really, they did.
They gave a lot, but they gave much less.
No.
Much less.
No. No.
Don't argue with it.
No.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Mr. President Trump, you have repeatedly called the deal with Ukraine as a historical one. And as a president of the United States, you make historical decisions in other issues which affect America and other world. So what place in the world history do you want to take? And do you associate yourself with any famous historical figures?
Yeah, I'd say George Washington.
I feel like this is a dumb question. Not entirely relevant, but I will say this is, it sounded like a Ukrainian journalist. It's not like Ukrainian journalists have lots of opportunities to ask Trump questions, so it's not entirely shocking or out of the ordinary that they would ask him such a softball question like this.
Abraham Lincoln, I would say I'm far superior to George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Now, you know I'm only kidding, right? Because when I say that, the fake news is going to go wild. They're going to say he considers himself to be better than Washington, but you never know. You never know.
The funny thing is, when I saw that clip of it, at first, that was literally my first thought. I was like, they're going to say that he's saying that he's as good as Lincoln or whatever. Like,
I don't compare myself to anybody. I'm here to do a job. We've had a great 35 days or whatever it might be, a month, a little more than a month. We've accomplished tremendous amounts. Not only this would be a very great achievement if we could get the war stopped and get them back to normalization. I think that's going to happen. We've had very good talks on both sides, as you know, but I think we've done a very good job, just generally. If you look at all of the things we've done in 30 days, they're saying there's never been a opening for a president. The first month, there's never been a first month like we've had. And this is one of the very important things. This, to me, is one of the most important things because we have tremendous death taking place as we speak, and I don't want to have that. You know, think of the parents, think of whether they're in Russia or Ukraine, think of the parents of all these people being killed needlessly.
They came to our territory.
Should have never started. This would, if I were president, this would have never started.
Mr. President, will you continue sending military aid to Ukraine after the U.S. signs this agreement with Ukraine?
Yeah, we're going to be continuing.
President Zelensky, do you feel like the U.S. is on your side, that President Trump is on your side at this moment?
What do you think?
He wants to know, do you think that, it's sort of a stupid question.
It's a little, I don't know if it's stupid. It's more intelligent than the question that was asked before. You know, it's one of those questions that you don't really want to ask directly because the person you're asking might not answer truthfully. Maybe that's the best way to put it, right? You know, be like, of course, I think you're on our side, but then da 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 is like the subtext of it, you know, in response to other questions might be include more subtext that might intimate, oh, maybe you don't actually think that we're on the same side, you know?
I guess we wouldn't be here if I wasn't. But
I think that the United States on our side from the very beginning of occupation. And I think that President Trump on our side, and of course, I'm sure that the United States President will not stop support. This is crucial for us. It's important for us. Yes, and Putin, the President speaks about the people and the soldiers which are dying, but they came to our territory. They came to our land. They began this war, and they have to stop. And I think this is the question, was really the most important question. Can President Trump, I hope yes, with some other allies, to stop Putin, withdraw these enemies, our enemy, withdraw these troops from our land? And I think that you asked about...
He's getting way ahead of ourselves. This is not about... He's being way too specific about what he wants when we're so far away from the end result. Right now, this is about minerals. Now he's saying, oh, Trump, go tell Putin to move his troops back. We're not quite there yet. It sounds like there are like a bunch of different agreements and deals that they had lined up for things they wanted to negotiate on in order to get to that point. But he's getting way ahead of himself here.
The history.
It's like when you're like at Thanksgiving dinner, right? And it's like 5 minutes after everyone has gone through the line to get their food, and then some like 4-year-old kid goes up to like the mother of the house or whatever and says, "Hey, Auntie, can I have some pie now? Where's the ice cream? Where's the cranberry sauce?" Like, you know, maybe eat your meat first and eat your vegetables. You know what I mean?
This is the question, was really the most important question. Can President Trump, I hope yes, with some other allies, to stop Putin, withdraw these enemies, our enemy, withdraw these troops from our land? And I think that you asked about the history, I think that if President or when he will stop Putin, if President Trump will bring peace to our country, I think he will be on this wall.
We've had very, very good talks.
I like how, like, very clearly, he didn't agree with what Zelensky was saying there about Trump, about Putin pulling back his troops or whatever, and basically ceding all ground that they had gained. But he didn't want to litigate that in public, so he was like, our talks have been great. And then he was like, next question. very, very interesting. I think it's a pattern you'll see repeatedly where Zelensky's poking, prodding to provoke Trump, and Trump is being a lot less aggressive than Zelensky's being.
We've had very, very good talks.
What about military aid to Ukraine?
President Zelensky just said that there'd be no compromises with Vladimir Putin. I just wanted to ask both of you. Firstly, are there compromises that you think that President Zelensky is going to have to make? And President Zelensky, is there anything that you may be able to offer or bring to the table? For example, elections. Thank you.
I think you're going to have to always make compromises. You can't do any deals without compromises. So certainly he's going to have to make some compromises, but hopefully they won't be as big as some people think you're going to have to make. That's all. It's all we can do. I'm here as an arbitrator, as a mediator to a certain extent between two parties that have been very hostile, to put it mildly. They've been very hostile.
The way that Zelensky's reacting here. But it seems like he just does not want to cede any ground at all. He does not want to make any concessions. And that's going to be difficult, right? You can't have a negotiation with no negotiation.
This has been a vicious war. This has been a vicious war. You know, it's a very level battlefield, and those bullets go out, and as I've said many times, we were talking about it with Pete, many times the only thing stopping those bullets is a human body. And in the case we're talking about, generally young human bodies are stopping a lot of bullets. It's dead level. That's why it's great farmland. It's great land. It's great farmland, but there's very little protection against the bullets that are being, and other things that are being shot. So all I can do is see if I can get everybody at the table and get an agreement. And I think we're going to end up with an agreement. Otherwise, I wouldn't probably be even here today.
Mr. President, I've got two questions for you. You think ultimately your legacy will be the peacemaker and not the president that led this country into another war and ended foreign wars? And I've got
I hope it will.
I don't understand all these questions about his legacy, but you know, Trump's track record has not shown that that's how he's going to be remembered, as someone who leads America into wars, right? His first term was the first term in a long time when America was not involved in a new international conflict overseas. I don't know what it would be about that track record which would make you think that Trump would lead us into another world war.
I mean, I hope I'm going to be remembered as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing if we could do this. I'm doing this to save lives more than anything else. Second is to save a lot of money, but I consider that to be far less important. So I hope I'm going to, thank you, Brian, for that question. It was a nice question. I hope I'll be known and recognized as a peacemaker. This would be a great thing to solve. This is a very dangerous situation. You know, this could lead to a third world war. This was headed in the wrong direction.
True.
If this election were lost, if we didn't win this election, and we won it by a lot, that was a mandate. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won everything. The districts, you look at the areas of red, take a look at a map. This was a big mandate, and this was one of the things. I said, we're going to get this thing settled. If we didn't win, I think this could have very well ended up in a third world war, and that would not have been a good situation. What was your second question?
My second question for President Zelensky. No. Why don't you wear a suit?
Why?
The funny thing is, it's the type of question that like everyone's asking themselves, but it's not the type of question you would want a journalist to ask. Whose idea was it to ask Zelensky, "Oh, do you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? Do you have it at home?" Blah blah blah. Like, it's so dumb, man. It's kind of a petulant question. I mean, there have been people complaining about Zelensky's attire at times, but it's because he's been wearing like rare hypebeast sneakers when meeting with foreign dignitaries. Not that he's not wearing a suit. I mean, I think, hold on, let me look this up. When Modi came to visit the United States of America, did he wear a suit as well? Here, let me look this up. Modi visits the United States, because I believe that the formal garb, yes, the formal garb. Let me see. Yeah, the formal garb of India is a little bit different than the formal garb of the United States. So generally, when people come to a foreign country, they would just wear whatever they would normally wear as part of their uniform or their formal attire, rather than the formal attire of the hosting nation. So it's not completely unusual or strange for Zelensky to just wear his normal clothes rather than wear a suit like everybody else in America is wearing.
Yeah, you have problems.
Yeah, do you own a suit is devious work.
Have problems with you not
Really? I don't have such.
Some Americans did have problems, I think, but it's not the type of question you ask in this scenario, man. Come on.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish. Yes, maybe.
Dude.
One. Maybe something like.
This dude got hurt right in the fifis. This dude got his feelings hurt, dude. He's like, oh, you want me to wear a costume? You want me to wear a costume? Is that what you want?
War will finish. Yes, maybe. One. Maybe something like yours, yes. Maybe
yeah, he's like, you're wearing a costume? You want me to wear a costume like you?
something better.
I was something even better than you.
No, we will see. Maybe something cheaper than, yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
That's crazy. This dude went out, and before he insulted Trump, because we know that happens later, he went and bothered to insult an American journalist for no reason, and didn't do it very well, mind you, because he's speaking in broken English. Like, this is just a train wreck. Well, it's not even a train wreck yet, but we can see the wheels starting to fall off.
Thank you, President Trump. You said yesterday, are you going to send more arms to Ukraine in case there's no peace?
Yeah, we're going to have arms to Ukraine. Hopefully,
I mean, he's bound by previous obligations and agreements, so I don't think that Trump has much. I don't think that Trump has much of an option there.
Send very much, because hopefully we're going to have it finished.
Also, Trump wants the war to end, but he doesn't want the war to end with Ukraine just running out of materials. I think if that's what it takes, that's what he'll do, but I don't think that's what he wants. He wants to be able to sign a deal that will guarantee peace in the region. So if he can, stave off, Ukraine just being obliterated, even if it's with minor things like increasing our investment in Ukraine, then that's what he'll do.
Looking forward to finishing this quickly. We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can do other things. But we very much appreciate the agreement because we needed what they had, and we're treating, our country is now treated fairly. Biden didn't do that. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. This should have never happened. This should have never started. But, sure, the answer is yes, but hopefully we won't have to send much, because I'm looking forward to getting it done quickly. Very quickly.
Does that provide security guarantees, Mr. President?
I don't want to talk about security yet because I want to get the deal done. You fall into the same trap like everybody else. A million times you said over and over. I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem.
Right. You generally don't negotiate in public. That's not particularly wise, and that's not how things are done. Now that's what Zelensky tried to do here, I believe, and that's when things started falling apart. But generally, that's just not what you do.
I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the easy part. Security is very nice. Everybody stopped shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to.
Wait. Zelensky looked so upset when Trump said that he wanted people to stop shooting each other.
The security is the easy part. Security is very nice. Everybody stopped shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France.
Okay. I actually understand why he reacted that way now, because that is a very it's a very simple and basic way to describe security. I understand what he means, right? It's just like, oh, you send a bunch of troops over here, you get them guns, then, people aren't really going to be so quick to shoot at you, huh? Like, I think it's sort of what he's saying there, but I don't know if saying that security is easy is the way I would describe that.
security is very nice.
That
Everybody
dynamic.
stopped shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to. I know the UK
So now he's talking about putting troops on the ground.
is going to. I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. We haven't committed, but we could conceivably. You know, we have security in a different form. We'll have workers there digging, taking the raw earth so that we can create a lot of great product in this country. So in that sense, you have something, but we haven't determined that yet. I will say, in speaking to France and in speaking to, and they were here, as you know, last week and just the other day, they have committed to a lot of security. I don't think you're going to need much security. I think once this deal gets done, it's over. Russia's not going to want to go back, and nobody's going to want to go back. When this deal ends, I really believe this deal is going to be over. Question? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
President, thank you.
Thank you.
Macron and Keir Starmer at the White House this past week, both of whom praised your courage and conviction to lead the pathway towards peace.
Yes.
Part of that involved, though, re-engaging with Russia in diplomatic relations, something that previous leaders lacked the conviction to do so. What gave you the moral courage and conviction to step forward and lead that?
Well, I love this guy. Who are you with? Well,
Oh, of course, man. That guy's like buttering him up. It's like he's about to cook him for breakfast. Like, bro, what? Of course, it was
love
One
this
American
guy.
News Network.
Who are you with?
I mean, it's a fair question. I didn't like the verbiage, but I mean, good question.
Well,
I mean, not
why I like him.
not a
One
great
American
question.
is
I like
a
these
great
questions
job.
are weak
That's very-
sauce,
I like
man.
the question. I think it's
I
a
wish they
very
were
good
tough. They were
question.
tougher questions.
It is. It's a pathway to peace. It's a pathway to getting something solved. And I feel that as the head of this country, I have an obligation to do that. Plus, you know, we're very much involved. We got involved. It's too bad we got involved because there should have been no involvement, because there should have been no war. And there shouldn't have been October 7th. That would have never happened. As you know, Iran was broke. They had no money to give to Hezbollah. They had no money to give to Hamas.
So let's see how he looks like he's sick and tired of this dude.
They were stone cold broke. And then under Biden, they became rich as hell. They went from no money to $300 billion in a period of 4 years. And they gave a lot of that money away, and you see what happened, and that's a real mess also.
So I can understand why Zelensky would be upset here, because we're here really ostensibly to talk about the deal between America and Ukraine that was about to be imminently signed here at this particular moment. But then Trump goes off and on, tooting out at his own horn about his ability to stop other potential international incidents, right? Like the war in Gaza, right, between Israel and Hamas. Well, I hate to break the news, but that's not terribly relevant. Because this isn't about Gaza, this isn't about Israel. This is about America, Russia, and Ukraine. So for him to bring that up, I think is pretty inappropriate. And, you know, we can see Zelensky fidgeting in his seat, and I think appropriately so, because that was not the time to bring up that Trump would have prevented the Israel-Hamas war, as true as that might have been.
That we hope to be able to solve. But no, I appreciate your question very much. I feel I have an obligation to try and do something to stop the death.
If I can answer, yes, if I can answer,
Please,
sorry,
go ahead.
please.
And I do like your clothing, but
Yeah, really?
even I have to. I think he's a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other. But you know what? I think he's dressed. I think he's dressed
I like this guy.
I think he's dressed beautifully.
So
I like the goodwill that Trump is trying to show Zelensky here, where he's like, you know, don't let those dudes, the American haters, get you down about your clothes. It's fine. Wear what you want to wear when you come here, which is part of cultural norms, right? We saw the picture of Modi, right, wearing his traditional garb when visiting the United States. You let the foreign dignitaries wear what foreign dignitaries wear when they're on foreign soil. That's just how it works.
I have more serious things than answer on such questions. I will answer on more serious questions if I can. Yeah, so please, about security guarantees. and about just ceasefire. We can't just speak about ceasefire and speak and speak. It will not work. Just ceasefire will not never work, because I'm like a president. I have this experience, and not only me. Ukraine before my presidency, from the 2014, Putin broken 25 times. 25 times.
That's a good point there. That's a good point. Now, I think I've said this in a previous video, but I think that a fair condition would be, hey, we signed a ceasefire agreement. The moment that the ceasefire agreement is broken, immediately we send more arms and stuff to Ukraine again. I think something like that would be a nice way to tie in, the agreement with some tangible consequences that kick in if Putin decides to renege on those agreements, because it's a possibility that he might. There has to be some sort of contingency plan in the case that that's something that Zelensky chooses to do.
He broken his own signature 25 times. He broken ceasefire.
But he never broke to me. He never broke.
No, you were the president.
He
were the president during.
He never broke to me.
In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had, of course, not with you, but he had during those period. He had conversations with our side, and we had Normandy.
Wait a second.
During those period, he had conversations with our side, and we had Normandy format.
I thought that you don't become president after the election until like the following year, January of the following year, right? So, for example, if you win the 2024 election, you become president in January of 2025. So it would have had to happen in 2017 in order for him to break the agreement with Trump, not in 2016.
Those period, he had conversations with our side, and we had Normandy format, the France, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia, and he broken 25 times. That's why we will never accept just ceasefire. It will not work without security guarantees. Security guarantees, maybe President is right about this document and other, but this document is not enough. Strong army is enough, because his soldiers afraid, Putin's soldiers afraid of our soldiers when we're strong enough. If we are not strong enough, if we are empty, if our storage is empty, we can't defend our land. Today, he knows that we have all the world knows that we have meeting. Yes, why he's using ballistic? Putin today using ballistic on our hospitals, schools, and etc. Ballistic. So he knows that we are here, and that President Trump is really have goodwill to stop this war. And you hear now the president. So why he's using? So he doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want. But I hope that we will do it. Really, we'll do it. Security. When we speak about security guarantees, when the Europeans are ready for contingents, they need USA backstop. If there will not be United States, we will not never have any contingents, strong contingents from the Europeans, because they don't want to divide alliance connection between the United States and the main and strongest ally and Europeans.
Now that's an interesting argument, that Europe would be afraid to support Ukraine for fear of angering America. But I don't know that the Trump administration would be upset at Europe supporting Ukraine. If Europe wants to support Ukraine, they can go ahead and do that. Now, maybe that's just my own personal opinion. Maybe I am not hearing some of the other rhetoric that Trump has given, where he's told Keir Starmer and members of Europe that they can't support Ukraine, but that's not the impression that I get, that Trump would particularly mind that. Also, he's going off on security guarantees. I don't know that these security guarantees are things that Trump has said that he wants. It's very interesting that he's going off on those.
It's crucial. This is important.
And like, he is speaking very strongly about something that is probably, I don't know, 2 or 3 negotiation deals down the line. They're going to be marching, or they were supposed to be marching down to the goal line when it comes to getting this war resolved, right? Piece by piece by piece. Trump wants to do it quickly, but it's still gonna have some subsequent steps that take place before we get to that final moment where it's like, okay, we've got a complete ceasefire deal between Ukraine and Russia. But Zelensky is getting way ahead of himself. He wants everything that he wants within one deal, like today. I'm sorry, but you're just not going to get that, especially when you have 0 of the cards. It's like the way that this guy is coming up here, it's almost like he is bluffing, but all his cards are on the table and he's got a bad hand and everybody knows. And so it's like, security guarantees? How about you agree to like some sort of like ceasefire? How about you agree to peace? How about you agree to, the terms that we have set aside already, that we have already discussed? I don't know. I think it was a bad strat for him to come in so aggressively like this.
And strongest ally and Europeans. And this is crucial. This is important. That's what we want to speak about very much. This is very important. And air defense. So air defense, really, we have big deficit with all the systems, and we need to provide this. We need it very much. Otherwise, Putin will never stop and will go further and further. He doesn't want. He hates us, It's not about me. He hates Ukrainians. He thinks that we are not a nation. He thinks, and he shared these thoughts, I think maybe with your team also, I don't know. But with all the Europeans, in media, officially and not, he always said that there is no such country, such nation, such language, and such life like Ukrainian. No, he really doesn't respect all the Ukrainians, and he wants to destroy us.
True.
And you are right, Mr. President. That's 2%. This document, maybe other documents, it's a very good start, very good, but it will not enough to stop this person.
Mr. President, may I have one more question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
I asked President they have to pay.
This question.
This is the rule. This is rule of the war. This is the rule of the war. During all the centuries, all the history, this is the rule of the war. Who began, those pay. This is the rule. Putin began this war. He has to pay all money for innovation. He has to pay. Of course, some Russian assets, what we have in Europe, about 300 billion, we can use them. We can use for innovation and buy military support from the United States also. We can do it, but it's not enough. It's not enough.
It sounds like he's asking for a lot from Russia. How much does he want Russia to give Ukraine for a peace deal? I thought it would be reasonable to say just lay down your arms and take your toys and go back home, right? But he is saying that he wants hundreds of billions of dollars of Russian assets. That maybe I misheard that, but that is bizarre. That's very dramatic. That's dramatic. Let me say that, right? He's asking for a lot there.
The question that you didn't like, because I wanted to know.
Go ahead, please. Wait 1 second.
I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know if you want to position yourself in the middle between Russia and Ukraine, or on the Ukraine side.
No, I'm in the middle. I want to solve this thing. I'm for both. I want to get it solved, and it's wonderful to speak badly about somebody else, but I want to get it solved. If we can solve it, great. If we can't solve it, they're going to have to fight it out, and who knows what's going to happen. But I want to see it get solved.
May I follow up? One more question about U.S. troops in Europe. After Russian invasion of Ukraine, your predecessor sent additional troops to Eastern Europe, including Poland, my country.
Yeah.
Are you committed to keeping these troops on the eastern flank of NATO in the future?
I'm very committed to Poland. I think Poland has really stepped up and done a great job for NATO. As you know, they paid more than they had to. They are one of the finest groups of people I've ever known. I'm very committed to Poland.
What about Baltics?
Poland's in a tough neighborhood, you know.
What about the Baltics?
The Baltics, they got a lot of, it's a tough neighborhood too.
It's so funny to see Trump just go so avidly in favor of Poland and then be like, oh, what do you think about the Baltics? It's like, well, he clearly does not like the Baltics as much as he likes Poland.
But we're committed. We're going to be very committed, and we're committed to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have. And I want to see them equalize, because they are in for far less than we're in, and they should be at least equal. You understand that? Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between, why is the United States in for so much more money and other things as Europe? With that being said, and as you said,
it's proportions though, right? Like maybe they're spending an equal percent of their budget towards Ukrainian arms and Ukrainian weaponry. But it's, of course, less money because Ukraine is far smaller than America. I don't think that we can expect Ukraine to, I don't think we can expect Europe to pony up the same gross amount that America would spend. But I think what we can't ask for is proportions. Now, maybe proportionally, Europe is spending less. That could be the case. That could be the case. And if that's what's happening, then I will admit that I'm wrong here. But it seems to me like it's likely that Europe might even be paying more proportionally than the United States is. So if you're paying equal amounts proportionally, I wouldn't be that upset.
they've also been obviously very helpful, but we have put in far more than they have, and I think they should equalize.
Zelensky does not seem very happy about how Trump is speaking about Europe's involvement in support for Ukraine.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
About the agreement again today, what changed between the first time that Secretary Bessent gave President Zelensky the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal. So
what was the deciding factor?
I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed.
I think generally before deals are signed, you don't talk about what changed to make the deals happen. Those things get leaked to the press, of course, in some circumstances, but generally you don't just go out and say it. It's like, oh, I wanted $2 and I was able to get him to say $3. Like, that's generally not what the people who are at the negotiating table do before the deal is signed.
We were going to make a deal, and we ended up making the deal, so that changed. You know?
Mr. President, what and how do you envision a trilateral summit with President Zelensky and...
I don't know, but well, they don't like each other, I can tell you that. Okay? They do not like each other. This is not a love match, and it's unfortunate. That's why you're in this situation. The United States should not have allowed this to happen, okay? The United States, run by a man that didn't know much. I'm going to be very nice. Run by an incompetent person, a very incompetent person, should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started. You can look at some of, I could give you a lot of nations that would tell you right now they were probably going to war. I could tell you right now there's a nation thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big.
Interesting.
And I think I've stopped it. But this should have never happened.
Mr. President?
About sorry, just a second. About any negotiations. First of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that Ukraine, more than Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But at the future, any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States, because this is not the war between Russia and the United States. This is a war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at the will be at the negotiation table.
Well, that's nice to hear Zelensky say that he wants to be at the negotiating table, because I think that he was hinting that he didn't even want to speak to Russia for some time.
Of course, United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the president. But yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending the line, and they have real life, and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also, it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes. between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way. But first to the Baltics. It's understandable for them because they've been in the USSR. You know, they've been.
Wait a second, Ziggy. Are the Baltics in NATO?
Sorry, I don't have an answer.
Alexa's stupid. Hold on, doing this again.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with.
Let me see here. Hey Google, are the Baltics in NATO?
Yes, the Baltic states are members of NATO. Specifically, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania are all NATO members. They joined NATO on March 29, 2004. Additionally, with Finland and Sweden joining NATO, the Baltic Sea is now being referred to as a, quote, NATO lake.
So one thing that is very important to consider is that attacking a non-NATO state is different than attacking a NATO state. When you're attacking a NATO state, one of the whole point of being in NATO is to prevent world wars, because if you attack one member of NATO, all the other members of NATO are then obligated to jump in and provide assistance. I think it is far less likely that Putin attacks a NATO state than that he attacks a non-NATO state. This is actually why he attacked Ukraine and not states that are members of NATO. And that's why Zelensky so badly wants NATO member status. In fact, to the point of saying at one point that he would give up the presidency if it meant that Ukraine could be a member of NATO, because no one is necessarily obligated to help Ukraine right now. And that's why Trump, I think, is wanting to pull back. But if Putin attacks like the Baltics, for example, then things are going to break. It's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. It's going to be a lot of other people jumping into the war, right? NATO's going to jump in. And then when NATO jumps in, you're probably going to see some of Russia's allies jump in as well. It's just going to get very ugly very quickly. So this idea that Putin's going to go from Ukraine to the Baltics to Poland, I just don't think that's serious. And that's not even taking into account the fact that the war lasting this long is making Putin look weak. And so he probably wants this conflict to end as quickly as possible with some sort of signed agreement so that he can say, we got what we wanted because what we wanted is in this agreement.
One of the republics of the USSR, and Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers, it doesn't matter, do you have ocean or not, your soldiers will fight.
What? I don't think that anyone is projecting that that Russia is going to attack America directly after rebuilding the Soviet Union, and even that, has that been something that has been confirmed? I would say. I think there's no guarantee that Putin wants to rebuild the Soviet Union. I don't know, man. I think that's a bit of a stretch. That Putin's giving up to attack America? Nah.
Would you be willing to visit Ukraine, maybe Kyiv or Odessa, which is known to be a 30-year-old Black Sea?
It was my question.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities have been destroyed. There are a lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No.
And a lot of things have
Mr. President, you have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things have been destroyed, but mostly cities alive, and people work, and children go to school. Sometimes it's very difficult. Sometimes closer to front line, children have to go to underground schools or online, but we live. Ukraine is fighting and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. He lost 700,000 people, 700,000 soldiers. He lost everything. Yes.
Mr. President, when did you last speak
one more.
with
I mentioned
Mr. President, thank you.
Please,
Mr.
go ahead.
President, when did you last speak with President Putin, and what did he say that?
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him. So he had to suffer through that, and he was able to do that. I think that he wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do, is make deals. And I'm in the middle of a mess, because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prime Minister Starmer claimed repeatedly that his government believes in free speech and was not engaged in censorship. But his country's government arrests people for memes and thought crimes, and even more worrisome is pressuring American companies to censor Americans on its behalf. How can he be a reliable, trustworthy partner when he says things that are demonstrably false on such an important topic?
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought they took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong on it. So was I. So was Marco, and we've been speaking to him about it. Marco, would you like to say something about that?
We have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of those, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that American speech, which is online, could fall into the hands of the British or any country's jurisdiction. And so this is a point the Vice President made in Munich, and I think it's a very compelling one that what unites us with Europe, as much as anything else, is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action in that regard.
It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday, and I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days, and we're going to defend that right as it pertains to American companies and American citizens vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the President's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country, and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Nice to see J.D. Vance standing on business there. I know that he got a lot of flack for pointing out Europe's grievous violations against First Amendment rights and the principles of free speech, right? Cracking down on certain forms of speech in an authoritarian and autocratic way. But it's nice to see him not backing down, right? Using America's strategic advantage to his own advantage, not cowering in fear over these smaller countries that don't have as much leverage over us, frankly, right? When it comes to these sorts of negotiations and things, I like how America now under Trump is negotiating from a position of strength, where it's like, no, we've got all the money, we've got all the, not all the resources, but a lot of them. You're reliant on us. We're not going to bend to your will, right? We have our own interests. We have these values that we are trying to uphold and preserve. We're not going to cede that ground to you just because you want to throw away some Christians into jail because they're protesting abortions outdoors. Like that's just how it works. It's nice to see America functioning this way internationally.
Mr. President, on the deal, is there any other oil and gas component to the deal?
What is Zelensky talking about with his intern? I'm a little bit confused here. I find that interesting. They've been talking like that for a while during this.
Is there any other oil and gas component to the deal? Is it all critical?
A little bit. We'll see.
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal, or is
No.
that on the table at all?
No, we don't need that.
And also, why would Ukraine buy American LNG if they have their own LNG? That doesn't make any sense.
I wanted to ask you about, you just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago. Just to be clear, that's a new call, not the one that you...
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
Okay, and how was the latest call? And what did you discuss? How did it go?
Are you serious with that question?
I am, I'd love to know.
It's relevant.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the minerals deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines, and in areas that Russia...
A very good question. Thank you so much.
Would you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S. interest?
Well, we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about, so we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interest? Would that be Ukrainian?
They'll be protected. The agreement will protect them. The agreement, yeah, we're signing an agreement. You know?
Oh, I see. So this is so maybe this is one thing that brought Zelensky to the negotiating table, right? So the minerals are near the front lines. There are going to be Americans working there in those mineral mines. And so it's like, hey, we have to make sure that Americans are protected and send troops over there. Now, I think the way that America has engaged itself in this war has been extremely cowardly. It's like, oh, we want Russia to lose this war. We want to fight Russia, but that would cause too big of a stink if America send troops over to Russia or fired our own missiles. So we're going to send weaponry to Ukraine and have them do our dirty work for them. Let their soldiers be killed. Let's not put our own soldiers in harm's way. That strikes me as very cowardly, a very cowardly way for us to fight Russia, because we're taking an existing war and we're turning it into a proxy war between America and Russia, with Ukraine serving as our proxy, essentially. But when it comes to this, what are we doing? We're sending American civilians to the front lines. And what is that? To give them an excuse, to give us an excuse to send troops over there? Because it's like, oh, we're defending American civilians. Or is it to make Putin more scared of attacking the front lines? Because it's like, well, if you hurt one of our people, we're going to go after you. I'm quite sure that's how it goes with Trump. That seems to be an escalatory measure, because I don't know if Putin's necessarily going to back down just because we bring in some civilians to work on some mines.
What if Russia tries to invade or orders Russian aggression in those spots?
I just told you I don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder why.
They ought to focus on CNN on survival, not asking me these ridiculous questions. Focus on
That's
surviving.
a good question. I don't even like Caitlin Collins, but this is a good question.
Because CNN's got such low ratings, I don't think they're going to survive.
Bro, I don't even like Caitlin Collins, but she asked the best question out of anyone here. A lot of these are very silly questions, but it's very relevant to be like, hey, the minerals are near the front lines. How are you going to protect those? The agreement's going to protect them. But how, sir? How is that not relevant? How is that not fair to ask?
Let's go. Please, go ahead.
Since I already mentioned Poland. Poland was under Russian control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal? That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America. And for the good of the world, I'm aligned with the world. and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred, and I understand that, but I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes.
That's true.
All right, one more question.
I think that's the best response Trump has given, because that is how it works. Like, you can't just run around, blustering your way and call that negotiating. If you have two sides that hate each other, you've got to butter them up a little bit, or at least be nice and cordial to them if you want some sort of deal. You don't really, you wouldn't trust someone to be mediator for a deal if you thought that person was your enemy. So of course that Trump is going to proceed that way. He understands negotiation. He understands the basics of negotiation. So I don't need to explain this. I feel like he's explained that well enough himself. But I do like that this is something that Trump understands. We've seen how he's negotiated with other countries in the past. It's very nice to see him sort of like walk through these steps and explain it and break it down in a way that's understandable and digestible.
Yeah, please. Hey, I will respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 is
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but yes, but
Zelensky is complaining at Trump about Obama's foreign policy strategy. But I understand him expanding the scope because he doesn't want this complaint to come off as personal as it ostensibly is.
But during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped.
Let's be honest. The President of the United States' primary objective is not to defend the people of Ukraine or to fight Russia. It's to serve in the best interest of the United States of America. So maybe that at some points that means fighting Russia. Maybe at some points it doesn't. But the way that he's acting here and asking this question, he's making it seem like the United States is obligated to help Ukraine, however much it wants to be helped, in obtaining its own objectives. Well, no. You're not a child asking your dad for money when you're 12 years old. You're a grown-up now. You're your own country. So you need to fight for your own objectives and stop acting like everyone else around you who is supposedly on your side is obligated to give you a helping hand, because that's just not how this works.
You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire, all of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people, and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners.
When did he break that ceasefire? When was that broken? Was that broken under Trump's administration, or was that broken under Joe Biden's administration? It's interesting he doesn't provide the year for that. He provides the year for the invasion, 2014. He provides the year for the deal that was negotiated by Trump, in part, in 2019. But does he provide the year in which that ceasefire deal was broken? Seems like a key piece of information that's missing here.
But he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's
and then going up to America and being like, "What do you mean diplomacy?" Like, it didn't happen under Trump's administration. Come on.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are not strong...
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to...
Come once.
This is painful. This is painful. So, my suspicions were correct when I watched this clip that actually J.D. Vance had sort of provoked things. But it's like, on the sly, Zelensky has been attacking some of America's policies towards Ukraine over the past few to several years, right? Now, he's complaining about things that Trump was involved with, or things that didn't happen under Trump, right? I don't think that the break of the ceasefire deal happened under the Trump administration. That could be wrong, but I don't think that happened. So how are we? It's a bit strange. He's trying to hold Trump accountable for things that previous presidents have done, and he's saying what diplomacy when they're literally about to sign some sort of deal. But then J.D. Vance says, well, you're conscripting. How are you going to lecture us when you can't even get people to willingly support your war? You want us to support your war more than your own people do. And he has a 4% approval rating. Don't forget that. So I'm a little torn because Zelensky's attacking America on the sly, and J.D. Vance is publicly saying, no, you don't get to do that. I think that there is some praise to be had for publicly making a statement in that manner. At the same time, I think it made things end up getting a lot uglier because now the gloves are off and we're about to see some fireworks go off. No double entendres intended there.
Diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you are not strong...
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the President for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
And then him saying, like a child, oh, what are you talking about? You've never been here? Like, he doesn't have to have been there. He can get reports. There's intelligence. There's information about what's going on the front lines. You don't have to be there in order to speak on what's happening. That's like, oh, how can you tell me how cold it is? You didn't go outside? Bro, I checked the weather app.
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
Do we have problems?
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have.
Don't tell us.
Oh my goodness, that's so bad. He's doubling down on his claim earlier that he said that basically Russia's going to attack. Russia's going to attack America if they don't stop at Ukraine. That was such a bad statement.
God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You don't
Oh, this is so cringy. Why did Zelensky go there? That's so, it's so terrible.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling.
I like on the face of Zelensky there. He's like, he realized like, uh-oh, like this got bad. Like, look at his face right here.
What we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because
I'm
you're in no
answering on
position to
this question.
dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly
this.
what I'm not
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very
You will
good.
feel influenced.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not
Mr.
in a
Brown,
good position. You don't
was
have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not
cards.
playing
But
cards.
right now, you
I'm
don't.
very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're
I'm
gambling
the
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people. You're gambling with World War III.
What are you
You're
thinking about?
gambling with
What are you
World
thinking
War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
I'm
It's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to your
Far
country.
more than a lot of people said
very
they
respect.
should have.
Have you said thank you once?
A lot of times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting,
today.
have you said thank you?
Even today.
You went to Pennsylvania.
And I don't understand that question. It's like, oh, why did you say thank you? Like, bro, come on. How are you? How old are you? 12? Like, you didn't need to say thank you. But I think it is fair to ask, you have bashed you've bashed America basically off and on this entire conversation for 40 minutes straight. Have you? Do you even like us? Do you know? That's a fair thing to ask. I'll give him that. Not exactly what he's going for, but it's approximate.
Even today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war,
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No.
Can
You've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country.
Let's go. Let's go. He has to stop talking. Taru. Oh man. It's like, hold on, wait a second. I'm gonna take this picture. Hold on. It's like, bruh. Dude, this moment right here. This man, this went south so quickly. It's wild, dude. Okay, let's keep going.
Is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning.
I know.
You're not winning this.
You
have a
No,
damn.
I laugh. But that's that I don't have to cry because this is very, very serious, right? Trump is entirely right that Zelensky is playing World War III. He's literally basically being like, it's either World War III or we get NATO membership. There's no in between. That's essentially Zelensky's position here. And he is like, I don't care how many people have to die. I don't care how many Ukrainians have to die. I don't care if this sparks other international conflicts with other people who are trying to mediate or fight for us and they end up fighting each other. I don't care. I don't care if this inevitably results in America fighting Russia, because let's be honest, it's more likely that Russia attacks America if America continues to back Ukraine indefinitely than if America gets a peace deal where Russia and Ukraine are no longer at odds. That's more likely, right? So Zelensky's like, I don't care about that. I want the war to end. I want security guarantees. I want NATO membership. And Trump is here like, there are people dying. 2,000 people died in 2 weeks in this war. This war needs to end. I'm sick of seeing people dying over there. And meanwhile, Zelensky is tersely sitting over here with it all sitting over here like this, going like, oh, this guy wants the war to end. It's so awful. How dare he not want Ukrainians to die anymore? Like, come on, spare me.
in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of
we are
coming out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In
Wait,
3 days.
wait, what did you say?
This war would have been over in 2 weeks. If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
Ooh, and that's true. That's true, actually.
I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks. Of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this, I tell you.
He's right. He's right. And it's interesting because Trump hinted at this. It's like when you've got two sides like this who hate each other, you have to speak nicely and cordially to both of them if you want an agreement to work. And then Zelensky is over here, not even guns blazing. He's like poking people in the sides, and now he's at the end. He's trying to point his pistol in Trump Vance's eyeballs, and it's like, well, how do you expect Trump to get along with you and give you what you want when you keep on coming over here and insulting him, trying to hold him accountable for things that previous presidents have done? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This doesn't make any sense, right? Obama was in office when Ukraine was invaded. What does that have to do with Trump? Biden was in office when Ukraine was attacked again, breaking a peace deal that Trump negotiated, but that was under Obama's administration. What does Trump have to do with that? Nothing. So he is salty at Donald Trump for things that Obama has done and things that Biden has done or not done in any case. And because he can't go up to them and complain to them, he's complaining to Trump and complaining to Vance. But you know what? I'm sorry, Vladimir Putin. I'm sorry, Zelensky. It's not 2014 anymore. It's not 2019 anymore. It is not 2020 anymore. It's 2025. And it's time for there to be peace because we have people in Ukraine who are being conscripted, dragged out of their homes, dragged out of coffee shops and restaurants and nightclubs to go fight and die in the war that you want to last forever until there's either a World War III and you have NATO membership. One of the two. It seems very, very selfish for him to come to the United States and make all of these demands as if he is the one in the optimal position, or he's the one who has all the leverage, gambling and playing games with world peace so that he can get his own political objectives complete. This is ridiculous, and this is no way for an ally of the United States to behave, especially when we've got other nations in play where we're trying to make negotiations and you're over here making inflammatory statements, accusing the very people that you're asking for handouts of doing things that they didn't do. Try to hold them accountable for things that previous administrations did. It's too bad. It's too bad. That happened a long time ago. This is a horrible way to negotiate, and this is a terrible way to behave in public. I would absolutely expect world leaders to act like this and speak like this behind closed doors. People argue and shout at each other. That's just how negotiations are done between certain people because they can't speak calmly or whatever, or they just get very passionate about their own aims and objectives. That all is natural. But to do all of this in front of the mainstream media, it's just very, one can say disrespectful, sure. I think that's a little petulant to go after the disrespect angle when it's ineffective, it is petty, it's not how you negotiate if you're actually being serious about trying to achieve peace. Trying to poke the bear and then ask him for some berries? Like, come on, bro. That's not how it works. That's not how you're supposed to do things, and that's just not how you get what you want done. And I know I'm kind of ranting, but just look at how Zelensky has behaved this entire time. This is ridiculous. The man is obnoxious. I can see why he has had trouble establishing peace in his country if this is how he negotiates.
Thank you.
I said a lot of times thank you to American people.
Except that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on out here. I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful You don't have the cards.
Thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
I can tell you
You're
again,
running low on soldiers. Listen,
please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because
there, I like how like Trump put it extremely plainly. It's like, so this is the deal breaker. It seems like this is the deal breaker. Trump wants a ceasefire, and Zelensky wants Russia to what is it? He wants Russia to, I don't know if forfeit's the word, but to claim defeat from the job, especially when they're like, when they literally are about to win the war. He's asking Russia to say, oh, sorry, we lost, we'll go home and give you guys in Ukraine whatever you want, including $300 billion in some sort of assets you have in Europe. Huh? It almost seems like this guy's not in the real world, like he doesn't understand like leverage and negotiation and how dictators behave. Like what?
Right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire
with guarantees.
because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
it doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what.
That wasn't with me.
That's true.
That was with a guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
But this
that was
is your,
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all.
Yo, okay, shots fired at Obama. That's crazy.
All those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards, but without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry.
It's going to be a tough deal to make, because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a
Why is he bringing that up? It's only tangentially related.
Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty. But you'll
Yo. But he's right there. Zelensky is not willing to negotiate. He's not. And there's no negotiating with someone who doesn't want to negotiate. Plain and simple. Now, I will say, Zelensky does have, if you want to have a long-term perspective, it does make sense to not rely on Trump's presence alone. We all know if some sort of deal goes down that Russia's not going to violate it when Trump's president. But Russia and, Lord willing, Ukraine. We'll have to see. It's looking like this is not going to be the case under Zelensky's leadership, if you can call that leadership. But Zelensky, Lord willing, will be around after Trump is gone, after Trump is out of the office. So you have to think with a long-term strategy. How does Ukraine make sure that Russia doesn't invade them after Trump is gone? Now, you could say, well, you think about that later on down the line, and I think it's probably more important right now because Ukraine is hurting, right? A lot of their soldiers are dying, a lot of their citizens have died, and they need to be able to regroup, to rebuild, to grow, and then maybe go another round if they have to, or sign some other deal. But at the end of the day, I don't know if they're going to get a better deal than this right now. But again, Zelensky doesn't want to negotiate, so tough luck.
Fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think?
We've seen enough. Dude. I there are moments in which I start believing that this man is goated. With a sauce and everything.
This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right. We'll see what we can do about putting it together. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Well, that was something else. All right, so after that disastrous performance at the White House, Zelensky then went over to Fox News and had an exclusive interview with Bret Baier about how that interview went, maybe pleading his case to the American people instead of Trump, because that clearly didn't work.
Welcome back to Special Report. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Mr. President, thank you for the time today, especially on this day, to continue to do this interview. President Trump said after your meeting that you disrespected him and the Vice President and all of America in the Oval Office. Do you think you did? And do you think you owe an apology to President Trump?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the invitation for this dialogue, and good evening to all your country, to all Americans. I'm very thankful to Americans for all your support. You did a lot. I'm thankful to President Trump and to Congress bipartisan support.
This is so funny because this is right after, in like the negotiations or the spat or whatever, Zelensky Vance was like, well, you didn't even say thank you once. And so he's like overcompensating now, saying, oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. American taxpayers, thank you. Oh, Donald Trump, thank you. Oh, J.D. Vance, thank you. Oh, Bret Baier, thank you. Oh, Roger Ailes, thank you. Oh, Fox News, thank you. Like, it's laying it on thick in a way that makes it seem insincere, honestly, right? You know, but it's also a little bit comedic, bro. Like, it feels like a comedy.
And I was always very thankful from all our people. You helped us a lot from the very beginning during 3 years of full-scale invasion. You helped us to survive. Anyway, we are strategic partners, and even in such tough dialogue. And I think we have to be very honest, and we have to be very direct to understand each other, because it's very, for us, very necessary to President Trump. And I'm with all respect that he wants to finish this war, but nobody wants to finish more than we, because we in Ukraine, we are in this war. We are in this.
Okay, maybe Ukrainians want to end the war, and Zelensky does not. So maybe that's why he's got a 4% approval rating in Ukraine.
At battle and battle for freedom for our lives. So I'm just telling that I think that we have to be on the same side, and I hope that the president on our side together with us, and that is very important to stop Putin. And I heard from President Trump a lot of times that he will stop the war, and I hope he will, and we need to pressure him with Europe, with all the partners. And I think this dialogue had to be a little bit earlier to understand where we are. Like, you know, I don't remember exactly, but like President Reagan said, that peace is not just an absent the war. Yes, we're speaking about just and lasting peace, about freedom, about justice, about human rights. And that's why I said that I think so, that ceasefire, and you know Putin, he broken 25 times ceasefire during all these years, 10 years.
So I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President, a thought that you owe the president an apology.
No, I respect.
Because that was the question that was asked, right? It was like, oh, do you think you owe the president an apology? Oh, thanks, America. Thank you, America. I appreciate you, America. America, you're great. I want freedom and blah, blah, blah. we want the war to end, but I'm not going to negotiate, blah, yada, yada, yada. Nothing here about an apology. Although, very strange, I think, that the first thing you're asking for is an apology, rather than speaking about the positions and the specifics of certain aspects of the deal.
President, and I respect American people, and if I don't know if I think that we have to be very open and very honest, and I'm not sure that we did something bad. I think maybe sometimes some things we have to discuss out of media, with all respect to democracy and to a free media. But there are things that where we
hasn't he cracked down on the media in his own country of like opposition parties? I don't think he really cares about democracy or freedom that much, to be honest.
To understand the position of Ukraine and Ukrainians, and I think that is the most important thing. Yes, we are partners. You know, we are very close partners. We have to be fair. We have to be very free.
I'm told that you were told multiple times from lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the White House to make today about the minerals deal and the economic deal, and then get it signed and let negotiations play out over security guarantees step by step. Is that true?
I said that we have to sign this document, and we are ready for this, and this will be the first step to security guarantees, but it's not enough. I think so. Maybe I don't know something. I don't know some details, and that's why I wanted to share it with the president, my thoughts, and to hear him again, because he has a plan how to stop Putin. And maybe, as I said, maybe it's out of big conversations, but we have to share it. You know, this is so sensitive, you know, just a ceasefire without security guarantees. This is so sensitive for our people. I'm speaking like a president of a people who are in this struggle 3 years, and they just want to hear that America on our side, and that America will stay with us, not with Russians, with us. That's it.
Well, I understand that. It doesn't really sound like Zelensky is on the Ukrainian side when he doesn't want to negotiate on these terms. Like, to say, like, you know, give me what I want or else we're just going to keep on fighting, it doesn't really strike me as someone whose primary objective is peace.
But I'm sure that it will be. This is the first step to security guarantees. Europeans, we don't need to lose them. They are good allies for the United States. The United States is the most or the biggest donator of support and of peace. But we don't need to lose Europe. And they also want to know next steps. We have to be very open to understand how to stop the war.
Right. But do you think the public spat in the Oval Office in front of the media served Ukrainians well today?
I think this kind of spat is I mean, this we have. I mean, this is not good for both sides anyway, and
I don't know. I think there were some aspects to where it didn't make Trump or Vance look good. Vance far more so than Trump, because Vance was sort of sneak dissing Trump the entire time. No, sorry, not Vance. Zelensky was sort of sneak dissing Trump the entire time, and Vance called him out for that in public. And then Zelensky was like, "Okay, then I guess I'll just like do the full on diss tracks then." But you know, I think it makes the Ukraine look worse, because Ukraine this very clearly says Ukraine is not willing to negotiate. Very clearly, they're not willing to negotiate on major sticking points, and that's going to make it hard to come to a deal with Russia. Now, for the United States' end, it shows that sure, Trump has a lot of pride, right? It's like, oh, you didn't tell me thank you. You didn't seem grateful. Sure, that's what you get with Trump because he's arrogant and pompous. But at the same time, he is completely right when you boil everything down to the dynamics and what needs to be done. The dynamics insofar as Ukraine is not in a position to demand anything out of America or Russia. That is true. They can't act they can't have an entitled approach to the negotiations. They also have to be willing to negotiate on certain things. Also, there are many Ukrainians who are dying, and Zelensky is dragging Ukrainians to the front lines to fight in a war that they don't want to fight in, so that they can die and then the war can resume. That's true. That's real. That's what's happening. So I think that Trump and Vance just have more on their side than Ukraine. Ukraine is losing this war. They need a ceasefire if they want to survive. But it sounds like they would rather die in the pursuit of getting NATO membership than they would take a ceasefire and live a long life as neighbors with Russia.
Open, but I can't.
I mean, antagonistic neighbors, right, or enemies, but still neighbors nonetheless.
Anyway, and I very open, but I can't, change our Ukrainian attitude to Russia, and I don't want they kill us for us. This is very, very clear that Americans are the best of our friends, Europeans are the best of our friends, and
is he afraid that he's going to lose support in Ukraine if he speaks positively, kindly, or cordially, or diplomatically to Russia or Putin? Because I could understand that perspective, and it sounds like that's what he's afraid of a little bit.
And Putin with Russian, their enemies, and it doesn't mean that we don't want peace. We just want to recognize the reality, the real situation.
President Trump is convinced that you will never sign a deal with Vladimir Putin. Is he right?
No, I think so. What I think, Ukraine wants peace, and we will have anyway diplomacy. We will have negotiations. I only said that.
But saying we're going to have peace and we're going to have negotiations, we're going to have freedom, is not how you achieve peace, negotiations, or freedom. You have to walk the walk and not just talk the talk. So he's out here being like, oh, we want peace. But then when peace is offered, he's like, no, I don't actually like that. It's like, okay, well, just make up your mind then.
I think so. It's about just and lasting peace. It means that we have to be very strong at the table of negotiations, and at these negotiations, Ukraine and Russia, like sides of this war, have to be, and the United States and Europe. That's what I said. So we are ready for peace, but we have to be in strong position. What does it mean? Just to know that our army is strong, that our partners with us, and that we have security guarantees. Am I not right?
Leaving the White House today, President Trump said this.
He's looking to go on and fight. He wants to come back right now, but I can't do that.
What do you make of that? Do you want to continue fighting?
Dude, he came back begging on his hands and knees to try to resume the negotiations that he blew up himself. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. At least sleep on it. Acknowledge what you did in return. When you're ready to actually negotiate. That's wild that Zelensky wanted to come back to negotiations that he blew up himself. What in the world?
do you want peace? And if he had the opportunity to go back to the White House right now, would you do it?
No, first of all, we want peace. That's why I'm in the United States. That's why I visited President Trump.
And that's why he said no to a ceasefire? Okay.
And thanks for invitation again. The deal on minerals is the first step to security guarantees. It's meant for the peace, closer to peace. That's why I'm here. And we have tough situation. To understand it is to be in Ukraine. You saw it, Brad. You was once. Thank you again. So I think that's very important to understand what's going on. But I respect my soldiers and our people, our civilians who work and support our warriors. I can't say just stop. Nobody will stop because everybody afraid that Putin will come back tomorrow. We want just and lasting peace. It's true. We want security guarantees. We raise this topic about NATO the quickest way, but not all the countries are on this side. I said, okay, if not NATO, nobody is pushing. If not NATO, let's build NATO in Ukraine. That's my position. Europeans are ready or to have contingents on our territory, boots on the ground. United States thinks maybe to help, maybe USA backstop have to be just to guarantee that they are with Europeans. Look at Europe, it's strong, it became stronger, but they also want to have allies like the United States. That's what I said. I just want to understand what the peace. It's not my question, Brad. This is the question from all our people.
You mentioned when I traveled to the front lines with you last year to see the situation, to mark the anniversary of the war, and this is what you told me back then.
Will Ukrainians survive without Congress support? Of course, but not all of us. It will be tragedy for all of us, not only for Ukraine, not only for Ukrainians, for all Europe. Yeah.
So the question today is, can Ukraine...
I mean, that's kind of bold to be like, Ukraine can survive without America. I just don't think that's true at all.
Win this war or hold off Russia without continued U.S. support?
It will be difficult for us. That's why I'm here. That's why we speak about the future negotiations. It will be difficult without your support, but we can't lose our values, our people. We can't lose our freedom. So a lot of people, Russians came to our territory, you know it. Russians came to our houses, and everybody saw it, video, images, a lot of things. They killed so many people. Just to forget it, just to say that Putin is a great guy? No, without us. We don't want it. That's why we speak about, you know, everybody remembered how it was the first days of the war, how they came. Nobody wants in Ukraine, yes, of course, nobody will forget it, but nobody wants to have, again, new wave of occupation. That's why when we say, no NATO, what security guarantees can we have? I'm not pushing, we are not pressuring, we're just asking, we're just sharing very clear messages to our friends, to Americans.
Right. It didn't sound like he was just asking. He was literally, I think it seemed literal to me. He was saying, you know, security guarantees or else. It has to be security guarantees, and it has to be preferably either NATO membership or steps towards NATO membership. It's a lot to ask for. And when you do it in a way where you make it clear you're not willing to negotiate, you're really not putting yourself in a good position to get what you want or to get anything at all. Because I think Zelensky has sort of pushed himself away from the negotiating table, and I am doubting now that he's going to get like anything close to what he wanted before.
If you stay with us, thank you so much. But let's do the infrastructure of security guarantees. Let's just share with our people, just with our people, that America stay with us. That's great. We count on it. But just to share it and to say it, that's all.
how does the war end? How do you get to a deal? You're at a place right now where there is no deal. How do you get it back on track?
I think that Europe is ready for contingents and to help us with financing of big armies, such big as we have now. This is our army, is the part of security guarantees. Now we want to just to find the place for our biggest strategic partner, for the United States, or United States will propose where and how United States will give us security guarantees, what kind of and what part of volume of security guarantees. And when we will be ready with this, we will come to diplomacy. To diplomacy, yes, with Russia, Europeans, United States, and we. Four of us, I think this is real way, because with weapon, it's too long, it's not enough. We don't have enough weapon to push them out, and we don't see now, for now, we don't see really big volume of new support from the United States, but with all respect again. So for today, we'll be ready with security guarantee. Really, when I say NATO, it's not about that we are focusing on this word. It's about very understandable infrastructure of security guarantees. And you see that no NATO countries for today, no NATO countries been under attacks.
Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican from South Carolina, he has been a big proponent of you and of Ukraine, said this today after the meeting.
I have never been more proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance standing up for our country. We want to be helpful. What I saw in the Oval Office was just...
If I'm going to be honest, I don't want to hear a word that Lindsey Graham has to say about foreign policy, because he's the guy who wanted America to level Gaza. I'm not even joking. Look it up. It's what he said. I do not want to hear a word this guy has to say about foreign policy.
Disrespectful, and I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
So he says you need.
I actually agree with that assessment, though. You have to negotiate with a negotiator, right? Not someone so obstinate. So we're not getting a deal with someone who behaves like this.
Consider resigning. Is that on the table?
I don't know if he will be happy after my words. This decision can do only people of Ukraine.
You're not going to step down to do a peace deal.
No, I was always ready. I'm not sure that is
sure, but you didn't want the ceasefire.
The idea for this such proposals, but anyway, I always said if United States will support NATO, so I think that is enough for Ukraine. So I think I did all I had to do, and if somebody is not this happy with me, okay, but between us, yes, Americans vote for American president. Each European country vote for their president, and only Ukrainian. With all respect to Lindsey, if I can say Lindsey, we know each other, yes, and only Ukrainians.
Democrats
have had their president.
Democrats have had the opposite reaction to the Oval Office meeting. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut posted this: "What just happened in the Oval Office was a planned ambush designed to help a brutal Russian dictator and hurt America's security. Trump has become Putin's lapdog, and America's global power is hemorrhaging as America sides with dictators over democracy. What an embarrassment." Do you think the confrontation in the Oval Office today was pre-planned, like Senator Murphy suggests?
I don't know.
It's an interesting question.
Think maybe?
I don't know. No. I don't. I don't know about it. I think no. I think.
Now, to be fair, I think that Trump hinted at that. He was like, it was good to have this dialogue in public. I think we've seen all that we need to see. So maybe, I don't know, but it's not like Trump laid some sort of trap in front of Zelensky that he fell into. Zelensky was the one who blew this conversation up.
Just to really tough situation because we've been very open, very direct.
What set you off? What made you mad? Because they said your tenor and tone set that.
It's not about mad. It's not, Brad. You see, how to say, when you are in the United States, and for example, president or vice president or somebody or senators, it doesn't matter, big politicians, yes, when they, for example, say that Ukraine is almost destroyed, that our soldiers run away, that they are not heroes, that Ukraine lost millions of civilians, that his president is dictator, you know? What is the reaction? It's not about me. The reaction is that where is our friendship between Ukraine and the United States? That's it. This is filling, and that's why I do not want to lose our great partners at the United States. And I just said that it's not the first time. I said it by phone, and we had some other conversations, and we had in Munich meetings, and I said, please, be correct. Just, I want to be very polite. I mean this, be correct with this number.
How are you going to say, oh, I wanted to be correct, while also getting mad at Trump visibly for things he did not do? Trump wasn't president in 2014. Trump wasn't president in 2019. Well, he was president in 2019, but that's when the agreement was signed. Trump wasn't president in 2022. So for Zelensky to get all mad at Trump for Putin violating ceasefire deals when he wasn't president is ridiculous and extremely unfair to try to hold him accountable for the actions of Joe Biden and of Barack Obama.
About the number, each person is important. When you say about 1 million of losses, we don't have any million of losses. Just when you speak about the territories, maybe some territories and etc., it's not just territory, it's houses, it's people's lives, you know, their fathers, mother, their relatives, grandfather.
Now, you could actually help them preserve all that if you sign some sort of ceasefire agreement, maybe. I hope someone comes to you with this idea and this concept and this proposal. Let's see what you think about it. You know, how does it sound, right? No more fighting, and these people don't die, and their houses are preserved. Does that sound good to you, Zelensky?
Died or this, I mean, this during this war. Nobody wants to forgive Putin. It's not funny, you know, or fairy tale. This is real life. That's what I said. And when you said it a lot of times to my big friends who've been here today in our dialogue, and then they again begin to repeat the same things, I think it's not. I mean, that's why I said it's not a good way between partners, good partners and friends. That's it. And I think that if journalists asking questions to president, with all respect to vice president, I mean, he has his interview. This is our dialogue.
Shouldn't this dynamic, if you're going to be like this, be behind closed doors?
That's what I was thinking.
Not,
of course. And not.
So do you regret that? Are you regretting that happened today?
Regretting? Yes, I think it was not good. I think it was not good because we had a lot of different dialogues. I'm always open to media, but there are very sensitive things. I just want to be honest, and I just want our partners to understand the situation correctly, and I want to understand everything correctly. That's about us.
But the dude was basically sneak dissing, and then acting all shocked when the conversation got all blown up. It's like, oh, I thought it was bad that it turned into a spat. Well, you were the one who was shooting barbs at Trump, right? Blaming him for things that he didn't do.
Not to lose our friendship.
A couple more things. What are the next steps in your mind? Here we are today.
Yeah.
What are the next steps?
I think so. United States wanted this deal very much, and we've been not against this deal, but we wanted to understand what parts in security guarantees will take this deal and what next steps. Just again to understand for our people. During the war, what you don't like, even sometimes hate, surprises. It's understandable. many terrible things this war brought to us. So we don't want any surprises. Yes, that's why we want to be very fair with our partners. And I think this deal, it was prepared by teams. It was not simple during weeks, and now it's ready. I think that they have to sign. The countries have to sign. The ministers have to sign. That's it. I don't know when they will do it. It depends on the American side.
So
exactly.
the minerals deal did not have security guarantees listed in it.
It's a part.
The security guarantees?
This is the part in the infrastructure of security guarantees. Because, for example, President Trump shared that I think so that if we will be there in some productions and etc. in minerals, that Putin will never come on this territory where we are. And I said to him, don't trust Putin. Why? I said, because it's not, I mean this, we respect and we believe in strongness of the United States, but I said to him that we had more than 20 companies, American companies, big companies on the territory of Ukraine, and we had offices even on temporary occupied territories. For Putin, it doesn't matter. It's American, or European company, or Ukraine. It doesn't matter. He just came and occupied it. That's what.
But were those companies that were they there by essentially signed edict of the President of the United States, or are they just there doing international business? Those are two very different things. If Trump says, we are putting our Americans here, do not touch them, it's very different than some Americans going over and starting some sort of operation and then the whole country getting under attack and they're getting targeted.
I said, I think this is a great idea, how to strengthen Ukraine and how to make business between two countries, how to make additional jobs for two countries. But it's not just these will not save us.
I read what the Democratic senator said, that Trump has become Putin's lapdog. Do you agree with that President Trump is too close to Vladimir Putin in your mind?
We spoke about it, and I think today very openly President Trump, he said that I want to be in the middle, otherwise I will not put these guys at the table.
And is he right?
I want to be very honest, I want really him to be more at our side. I will explain why. Because it's not just that the war began somewhere between our countries. The war began when Russia brought this war to our country, and they're not right. And they are not right. They didn't respect our territorial integrity. They brought the war on our territory, to our families, sorry for repeating, to our houses. And they're not right. And of course, all the Ukrainians want to hear strong position of the United States on our side. From one side, it's understandable. From another side, he wants to find some way of dialogue with Putin. But he always said, as I remember, he always said that peace through strength. And that's why I think that he's strong, United States strong, two parties together in this question, two parties always together against Russia. You're very strong to do strong steps against Putin.
So with peace through strength, you just said that you believed that America's strength would theoretically be a deterrent against Russia attacking American workers who were near the front lines. So, but now you're saying that, but before when you mentioned that, you said that not to trust Putin because Putin won't care. So, is it peace through strength or Putin doesn't care? Hard to tell where exactly you lie on this.
Americans are worried about where the money has gone.
Yeah.
Will there be a very rigorous accounting of where the money has gone? It seems like there is some question about whether there's corruption or sold military equipment.
No, it can't be so. 100 billions we have got during 3 years.
183 from the U.S.
Now, on the paper, in the documents, yes, but we have, in fact, because 67 came like a weapon. It came through the border. It's checked and it's fixed by everybody, and we shared it not once with the American side, and 31.5 it was direct financial support to the budget. Again, it's very open. It's digitalized. It's open, free, and please, if somebody wants to check it again, we are very, very open with this.
Last thing, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Do you think your relationship with Donald Trump, President Trump, after today, can be salvaged?
Good question. That's a good question. He's gonna say yes.
Yes, of course, because it's relations more than two.
I knew it, but the bro was out of pocket. He's gonna have to. I think he is going to have to apologize for his behavior if he wants to come back to the negotiating table. But I don't even know if he wants to go back to the negotiating table, to be honest.
President, is the historical relations, strong relations between our people. And that's why I always began with to thank your people from our people. And this is the most important. And of course, thankful to President and of course to Congress, but first of all to your people. Your people helped to save our people. People, the first. Human rights, the first. This is very, very important. And we are thankful and sorry for this. I mean, we wanted very much to have only strong relations, and I very count that we will have it.
Mr. President, we're honored that you kept this interview. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Interesting. That was just a disastrous outing overall for Zelensky. Yes, he's very. This is one quote. I think this sums up my position on this whole situation. Very popular Japanese quote: "If you get on the wrong train, get off at the next station. The longer you stay, the more expensive the return trip will be." So true. So true. Wow.
That's why I said that. I think so. That ceasefire.
I wasn't expecting that to happen. So that's rough. We will see if Zelensky and Trump are able to salvage this, but I think that the way that Zelensky behaved made it seem like he doesn't really want peace any more than he wants NATO membership. So we'll see if he's able to get that NATO membership before Ukraine dies. You never know. Anything might happen. Oh my goodness, that audio is loud. Okay, thanks everyone for tuning in to the stream today. We did have Bray Leno in the chat. Nice to see you here, Bray Leno, as always. I'm gonna go ahead and head out. I have been live for quite a while. I think this is probably one of my longest streams ever. It's not my longest stream ever. My longest stream ever was the 2024 election stream, where I think it stretched to about 7 hours or so. But this is pretty long, 4.5 hours for me. I generally don't stream this long, but I really, really, really wanted to make sure that I got to everything that I had on my plate. There were some interviews and things that appearances that I really wanted to make sure that I got to, some articles that I wanted to make sure that I read, because I did want to cover them on the stream. Thanks everyone who stuck around. Yeah, I know I stream basically once every 2 weeks nowadays, but if you want content from me more regularly and more consistently, check out the Not a Newbie Highlights channel. I upload videos at noon on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And yeah, that is pretty much it. So thanks everyone for tuning in. I will see you guys later. Join my Discord server if you want to suggest things for me to react to, because I do take react requests in the Discord server. And yeah, that'll be all from me. So peace out, y'all.